So green. Hey, one person. Hey, Brooklyn. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Why, did you eat something or was it just... Oh, there's three people on here now. Everybody jumped on here. Why, did you eat something bad or what? You know, you can't always eat anybody's food, that's for sure. All right, y'all, three people, go ahead and say hi in the chat so I can know who it is. Hmm. All right, did anybody notice anything different in the background? Since some people on here seem to be so concerned what's in the background. Hey, Twist, don't you say it because you're the one who helped me. I'm trying to see if anyone noticed because, you know, some people get on, jump on here, and they be like, want to make comments in the back. But after you left, mm, no. You don't see the headboard and the headboard and stuff in the back. You know there was stuff in that corner. All that's been removed thanks to Twist and Locks. She came and helped me. Oh, after you left, I did finish. I did finish resuming downstairs with the dishes, but I also went back in that room, that office, the other room. So I put down some carpet um, baking soda, and I put that lamp back in that room. So I got light in the other room. Oops, not that noise. But as for the stuff, the books and stuff, I'm gonna be taking those out, and I need to go to the library and donate those books. Yeah, that's it. Other than that, mm, I don't know. The reason why I say that is because I probably would think about doing that. You know, especially the stairs. You know, like when you go up the stairs, make that wood. But I was looking at something on YouTube, and someone did it DIY, and they did something with not laminate. Yeah, I might rip out this carpet, but you know, um, one, two. I think that's how I'm gonna see because if I you know, once I deep clean the carpet because really, um, the carpets in the three rooms are pretty good. It's the ones that's common area, like that hallway part. I think when I'm ready to remove it, I would decide. Cause downstairs was all wood. No, downstairs was all carpet before I had lifted it up and had some person put that flooring down. But you know how I felt about that. They didn't really do that good of a job. Well, when they put that wood downstairs and that foyer had tile, which is all jacked up because it wasn't even straight. Um, and you got to clean that grout. But I should have put like not porcelain, but yeah, I'm gonna eventually replace that flooring, and I'm gonna do and I would do the carpet. No, I'm gonna replace the carpet. But I think what I may do is keep the carpet in maybe say two of the rooms or maybe three. I don't know. We'll see. We shall see. Because I think this carpet was replaced. How people they put that little cheap carpet when they first when they were trying to upgrade. They put the little cheap carpet because they ain't trying to put a whole bunch of upgrades. So they had that whole downstairs was carpet, the same color as the carpet upstairs, but that whole entire carpet downstairs was removed. It was in that living room and the dining room and that other room. It was kind of new carpet, but it was really like one of the cheap looking carpet. So I took that up. I took that up downstairs. But I think I'm gonna I don't like that wooden, like I said, I didn't like that wooden one. And and I said I was gonna keep it for about 11 years. So that thing been laid down for 11 years. We shall see. I think once I upgrade the kitchen, because it needs. See, I need to do the kitchen because the kitchen counters that little. I don't know what that material is. You know, that needs to be lifted. That needs to be replaced. And I think once I do that, then I could, because I'm going to take that linoleum from that kitchen. I'm not going to do tile with that, but we'll see. But thank you, anyways, for your help today. Because I don't think I would have been able to really start it myself. I would have been so stuck. I would have been so stuck. So, hey, Sally, where you been? I ain't seen you in a little while. I wonder how this thing became green. I didn't put this thing in no green background. I guess it is. I don't know. Who knows? Yep. So, anyway, you've been grinding. Oh, I know. Shoot. Well, I know I haven't been grinding. Not like that. I finished my training for TurboTax. Hey Shelly Shell. I finished my refresher training. So then now I'm supposed to meet with the manager to go over what they call pre-flight. They go like a checklist. So that's tomorrow. And then I'll start taking calls. I don't think I put myself. What filter? I don't see no filter. What are you talking about? Yeah, but if I go to the YouTube settings, yeah, but don't you gonna get kicked out the live? I don't see no. I don't see no filters. I don't see it. I'll just leave it like this for now. I don't see no settings. I'm gonna leave it alone. Y'all can see me. All right, we're gonna ask the poll question. Let me see what the poll question gonna be. All right, I put the poll question. Where is it? Wait a minute. All right, I got the poll out. Let me see how many of y'all. All right, y'all, it's four y'all. Go give me a thumbs up. 67% says yes so far. Well, drop down to 50%. Oh, you haven't bought anything for Christmas? Don't worry, I ain't bought nothing for Christmas either. Man, it's fact. I was watching someone's I was watching someone's video. She don't do live stream. She seems more like a comedian of some sort. And she said, if I ever say, around for Christmas, if I ever did you a favor, that's your Christmas gift. She wouldn't directly say it would be a Christmas gift. So if you ask me to do a favor, that's your Christmas gift. Yeah. So she trying to imply my favorite color is blue. That's my mother's favorite color, blue. So anyway, so thanks to Twists and Locks, she finally told me what Charlie's sex was. And I don't know why Charlie was being bad today. And matter of fact, I ain't seen her all day. She ain't been up here. Charlie! Charlie! She at? I think Dad, you know what? It's gonna be Kwanzaa gifts. That's what's gonna be. I'm not it's gonna be Kwanzaa gifts. It ain't like I wasn't gonna buy nothing for no one. It's just that, it's just it wasn't about buying anything for people. It's just a matter of I won't say being busy. I mean, it's so easy to, say, okay, here you go, let me give a gift card. And they say a lot of times people get gift cards, they hardly ever use them or they don't use all of it. But Sally, see, I asked for your email address. You never emailed me. Or you would use yours. Well, I have a bunch of gift cards because once I sign, oh, let me finish my thought. I never did finish my thought. So anyway, so thanks to Twist and Locks, she finally revealed the sex of Charlie. And Charlie is a boy. Hey, Romeo. But Charlie been real bad today. Charlie would, guests came over to the house and then run away, and then she trying to scratch me like like he crazy. Yeah, I know. I sent it. Let me put it in here again. Cause I was like, well, dang, T. All right, write that down because sometimes people be. Yeah, but after I came got you lunch from McDonald's, that hard ass fries, and they didn't even want that. Charlie, where did that cat? I ain't seen that cat for the last couple of hours. You know what? I think when we rearranged the room and took everything apart, he said, "Feed me." No, he been fed. I put the. Oh snap! I know what. Oh snap! I know what I did with Charlie. That dang cat. I went and opened the door, and I think the cat went outside, and I don't remember saying to come back in the house. Oh snap! Charlie outside. I think he's outside. Hold up, I'll be back. Let me see. Did that cat ever came back in the house? And it's cold outside too. Hold on, I'll be back. Let me see if he's standing at the door. That dang cat. Charlie. I'm back. Charlie was in the house. He wasn't. I was like, wait a minute. I know he stayed outside. He was in the house. We just downstairs. But it was mighty quiet eating the cat food. I did that one time. I went outside to take out the trash or do something and came behind me and never did see walk out the house. I closed the door. I go to bed, laying down, and I said, "Where that thing Charlie at?" Usually they be come running upstairs, you know. Then I went downstairs to get something to drink, and I hear some meowing. I open the door. Charlie's standing in the front of the door. Like I said, "How you got out?" I said, "What you doing outside?" I mean, he was just standing at the door, you know, like, "We gonna let me in?" Mm-mm. And then as for those other cats, I don't know what happened to Mittens. Mittens gone. You know, Mittens was the black white, not the black white, that salt pepper color cat, gray, white, something. And cinnamon is that light brown, that cinnamon color. I ain't seen cinnamon. No, have not seen. I have not seen cinnamon in a minute. I mean, it probably was a few days ago, but and then socks, which is the black with the white tuxedo. I ain't get no bill. Hmm. Yeah, but I think those are viral. What they call those cats? Viral or viral cats? Those cats were never in the house. Those cats was derived from, I don't know where they came from, to be honest. So the only one that I could truly say that I remember that was mine, the original two, was Mittens and Socks. Socks is the black one with the white. I think I call that a tuxedo cat. And one time I was driving out the subdivision. I said, What's Socks doing all the way up here?" He all the way. I mean, he not on the same street. He on the other side of the street, coming down like ain't nothing. That cat be all over the place. My neighbor one time said they was on this across the street on the other side of the subdivision near the lake. I said they couldn't have been that far. Those they be gone, and they know how to come back home. But some of them are not. Those are really some of those cats. If they people think I have a whole bunch of cats and stuff. Only two I could really claim is maybe two of them. The cinnamon, I don't know. Those cats be coming from somewhere else. I don't think. I don't know where they came, but they do know how to come around though, and some they must be well fed because they ain't look starved or anything. They may not be starved. Yeah, they know. They surely do. You know, my grandmother had cats, and they don't stay in the house. They be glad if they be glad if they stay in that garage. You know, my grandmother had a whole bunch of cats. Yeah, yeah, that's what they do. Fend off somebody else's to give them better food, and then they come back and be chilling. Either they be sitting in the flower bed or they be sitting on my lounge chair in the backyard. I know one thing: when I buy me some patio furniture and stuff, shoot, they think they gonna be sitting on that new stuff. Mm-mm. I said, nope, get out of my chairs. They gonna be sitting right on that the ones that they used to sitting on. They sure will. But anywho's, I don't have nothing to do this week other than finish up decluttering downstairs and getting my stuff in, getting my house in order. And let me see. I don't think I'm gonna do any other. Let me see. I'm gonna try to do some assignments this week, like Observer and maybe Survey. Survey been calling me. They've been calling me every time I see that 617. Oh, oh, never mind. I got a message from 23andMe. They're extracting my DNA. Let me see what they up to. They already got the results, the my sample. So now they're about to extract the DNA. It said this step usually takes 1 to 2 weeks. Your results are expected by January the 6th. It says it's time to get your free DNA from the cheek, gum, and white blood cells in your saliva. Once done, we copy your DNA millions of times before cutting it up into many pieces, cleaning it, and measuring it. Hmm, that's interesting. Let me log into my 23andMe and see. They tracking. They said they're gonna track. Almost done. Find your relatives on 23andMe. Explore relationships with others. 23andMe customers from close family to distant cousins by participating in our DNA relative finder. Please note, if you choose to participate, your display name, relationship information, and when you last signed into 23andMe will be visible to your relatives on 23andMe when your results are ready. Hmm, that's interesting. What is this? Complete the health survey. Let me see what they talk about. Are you Hispanic or Latino? No. Wouldn't it be funny they say that I was? United States. We have a family Facebook page, and somebody wanted to look into the family tree or something, and Remember, I told y'all yesterday that we have a family historian. Her name is Daisy, and someone went on ancestry.com and said that they have found some information on ancestry.com, and they said you could actually log on to it. But let me see. Have you smoked at least 100 cigarettes in your entire life? Hell no. What is your height? Oops, where's my pounds? I'll put that. Let me answer these questions. Hey, stop playing with that cord. Yeah. Well, in a couple of weeks, I'll find out and see what 23 Me has to say. That's part of, like I tell you, it goes that go forward. That would be really interesting. When I get this test, this genetic thing done, it'll probably really put you into really focusing on my health. You know, stop it. Hey, all right. See you playing with these cords. We gonna take this up. We gonna do this. Don't you got a ball to play with or something? Or no, I got one for you one time. Quit. Nope, never been in no hospital. Nope, not for that. There's 60 y'all. Got four thumbs. You know, I've been having this troll by the name of y'all seen the name in the chat. Thorsten, Thorsten. I don't know if that's a dude or a girl, but they've been very, very nasty and rude and stalking with me, sending me messages and then commenting. And you know, I had held my comments for further review. And I said, if you don't want to be in my, if you don't want to, don't follow me in my channel. Don't follow me on my YouTube channel. If you don't like it, or if you got something, just move on. And this person, that's who I was talking about yesterday. It's not a bot though. This is actual person who, this is not a bot. It wasn't, this was real targeted, real specific in terms of when they wrote in the comments. This wasn't a bot. I know the difference between a bot. Those bots is like, you know, they don't, I know you talk about with the bots, but this is not a bot. This is someone who was in the chat who would write comments. I ain't worried about no bots. That's just all you gotta, I'm not worried about that, you know? I ain't worried about the bots. Because the bots could be something real, you know. I don't know. You okay, let me write the name. Because y'all remember you remember this name. I can't remember. What's how you spell that other name? Learson. You remember that? Y'all seen that person come popping up in here? The first name is like Thornton Learston or something. I don't know where they came from or what, but or if they if some beef sector. This person don't. I don't think they have a channel, but they've been sending me yeah, that person. And then they will say, I've been following you and you make it real hard and difficult to get to know you and blah blah blah. And then last week Monday, they had wrote comments in the comment section, and I flagged it, not flagged it. Hmm, I don't know. I don't know who the hell that. I don't know who it is because I'm trying to think when this Thorsten person came about and this Tyson person came about if they ever was on there at the same time. But I don't know. I don't know why. Why would if you didn't want to be bothered or whatever, why are you still coming around? So I know I flagged that person, I blocked it, and so far they ain't wrote nothing or said anything. Dang, this pretty got a lot of questions. I just wanted to. I know I blocked the person, and I said that I gave them the last warning. I said if you continue to harass me, I'm going to the police department and report it. So I did block. I did everything else. Uh, you sure it wasn't? It was what's his name? I thought. What was his name? That said that. I thought D's nuts said that to take a hike. And the reason I think when I went back on older videos to see people's comments, I think that person Thorsten Lurston or whatever the fuck his name is was commented. So they've been following my channel for a while, but it wasn't just recent that that person came up. That person name popped up um, when I was doing the gig jobs and stuff, and I saw their name on there. So I don't know. I don't have a big channel, so it's like when I get people come on here and I look in the people section, it's always going to be it might be like eight, seven, eight, nine people. It would never be like 100 people. So it's my channel is not monetized. It's the same people that come on a regular basis. So it ain't hard for me to. Oh, these nuts did too. Yeah, I know it's these nuts that said move it along or whatever. But well, if that Thorsten person ever come back or pop up, probably lurking in the background. Well, I don't know what's wrong with these people, but that is something I would always be real cautious about. Ever since that white girl, with the van and sharing her boyfriend or fiance, and she got killed. Who knew? Not to say they met the same way that they by someone working, they was actually knew the person and they decided to go and do the van life and stuff. And you know what happened with that situation. But I would never. Uh-uh. Like I said, if someone's interested in me, you could communicate. But see, I know what I tell y'all on here and how what really went behind the scenes with this Tyson fool. I said, you know what? I guess, y'all think that you was bitten by him, but let me tell you, you don't always show your hand. You know, we do not always show my hand, but I'm not one to be playing with people. If you interested in me and you keep coming on, and you could email me if you leave me your number, not know what's up app or whatever. I'll call you and get to and talk on the phone. You know, I would get there and talk on the phone, getting to know you or whatever. But I'm not gonna just. I just know one thing. I ain't gonna be one of these dumb girls. Some people be on Instagram like that one incident. I was, someone made a video about some girl. She was like a Instagram model. I don't think she was like a model, but this person paid for her to come to see him, and he said he didn't get what he paid for. I said, what the hell that supposed to mean? You didn't get what you paid for. She's supposed to have, because he's on her Instagram, she had this big old cow butt. I don't know what it is with women thinking that's cute. They had this big ass cow butt with that litty. Who you say you think he really like you? I think you really. Who? Which one you talking about, Sally? These nuts or that Tyson? Cause these nuts was on here yesterday when it was only like two of y'all. Y'all wasn't here yesterday. Last night I was on live stream. These nuts was on here, but we ain't had no outbreaking conversation. He just came on here. You're beautiful, thank you, and but Sally, who you said that? Who are you talking about? Tyson? That's who you talking about? That you think he really like me? Ooh, which one? You still didn't say the name. Both of them did that. Which one? Live stream? I mean, Tyson or these nuts? Oh, okay. Well, he blew it. He blew it. So if that was the case, if that was really, really true, you wouldn't be playing these games. And that's what he did. That's what he did. Cause I remember I was doing one of my assignments out and about, and um, I said send me a picture or something like that. Not the one that he sent me initially, but I said we could talk, and then he was like, then he went berserk. He went all crazy and stuff. So I ain't got time. I ain't got time for foolish games, foolishness. Uh oh. So that's what he did. That was him. That was his doings. And then you're gonna insult me like that the way he did? Nope. Nope. Hey, your pleasure. So that was his doings. Lord. I don't know why I feel chilly, but I don't want to keep running my heat either. But it's on. Merry Christmas, Blue True. I didn't put no kind of Christmas nowhere in sight. Only thing I got close to Christmas is this Christmas can that had the popcorn in it. Other than that, Blue True, you gonna answer my poll? I still got it up. I said, if you finish your Christmas shopping and your pleasure in the poll, I know it's only like five of y'all, but it's been what, at least six of y'all, seven. Some people might have dropped off. Mm-hmm. Ain't that many people joined? I think some people dropped off. I know Twist and Lock, you probably dropped off, but you need to go. You be going to bed early, going to work. So unless you still watching, let me see. I could see six of y'all on here. Let me see. Shelly Shell, Brooklyn, Blue True. I know Romeo was on here one time. Oh, you finished shopping? You know, even when I've been going to these stores, especially Target, because I have to do these gift cards and stuff, I haven't really seen a whole lot of people in the stores, even for Target, for that matter. Because when I was going to Target, it was during the summertime. It would be long lines. I don't know because they probably ain't had no cashier. Get away, Charlie. You better not mess up my yoga mat. Better not. You scratch it up, it's gonna be me and you. See, Yvette, I think once we cleared out that space in this room and had that little styrofoam, that was his little scratching thing. Now he's looking for like, where is it? This room looked different. Everything looked cleared out. He didn't know what to do with himself. The little box that was on the floor, that would be his little spot that he could go in there and cuddle in the box. Now he ain't got nothing to go into the box. They like to go in a little box and cuddle in the box. Now he's like, dang, better not mess up my mat. Come here. You know what? I'm gonna buy you something tomorrow. Come here. I'm gonna go to Big Lots and buy I'm gonna buy you something tomorrow. I think I'm gonna get one of those cat things. I think I saw it in Big Lots. I'm not gonna buy no expensive stuff from no PetSmart. I think I saw it in yeah, Target is expensive. But I have a gift card for Target and I have hey, come here. I have gift card for Marshalls and stuff when I had into a turbo packs and I didn't know what the pin number was. So when I had did my training and logged onto the Spotlight rewards, I finally got the pin number. So I had a whole bunch of them. I had a whole bunch of them. Come here. Come here. Stay right there then. What do you think about Kevin Samuels? Man, I talked about about him before on here. The same thing I'm gonna say again. He's an ass. He don't give advice. He belittles. He does not give advice. He does not. Mm-mm. And you know who else jumped on the bandwagon? They called this thing Manosphere. Remember I was telling you about that event or twists and locks? Um, him, Kevin Samuels, um, the lead attorney, they all see. Let me tell you, the lead attorney. I don't know if y'all heard of his channel, but he and O'Shea Jackson, they all following behind what Kevin Samuels is doing and trying to build up their YouTube channel and subscribers and stuff. And they trying to find this little niche. And I just think they just degrade women. Black women. I ain't gonna say women, black women in particular. And the lead attorney, he went on. I told you about this event. Earlier today. Um, this one woman was saying she didn't say that the grandfather, uncles, brothers could take over or be a substitute for the person's father. She called in because he was the father of the child was not going to was not attending parental visitation. He was not going. And so in place of her raising a child, a woman can't raise a boy child, and vice versa. A man cannot raise a girl child. They could raise the children and stuff, but there's certain things that a male child or girl child can learn from either from another woman or another man. They take care of their kids. If you're a single dad or single mom, you'll take care of your children. But there's certain attributes that a person, a little boy can only learn from a man. And then if the father is not present for whatever reason, you have, well, I know how I got to know these people anyway. I've been watching YouTube most of the time because I don't really watch TV and I don't have cable. But it's this sector called Mansphere. And it's just a bunch of these black men that just talk about, you know, black men and they think of the injustice that's been going on with black men about child support, not being able to see their kids and all this so it's these segment of guys, they just get on there and just bash black women. And that's what Kevin Samuels would do. He'll get on there talking about a high class man and how women really don't fit that, they don't fit that quality for a man, and then they just have these sector, the man sphere or something like that. Some crap somebody made up. And they just, they complain about black women. They need to complain if a woman was too successful, have her own career, have her own money, and then they want to say these women act like they don't need a man. Then they'll jump on that bandwagon. But if a woman was, have a bunch of kids by different, baby daddies, they bash women on that. Like the man was never involved in producing that child. Um, they'll even talk about stupid stuff like say like a lesbian woman, they were very masculine. They said, well, they could take over, they could go ahead and take over because that'll be less burden on us. This is stupid stuff. Just plain dumb. And they just get on this thing about that black men should stand up. And no, I mean, yeah, they could stand up, but then they need to hold them accountable for the things they do, not jump on some bandwagon because some dumb Kevin Samuels started going on this narrative on YouTube about black men rights being violated. Now there's some men that be railroaded. There are some, but the way they talking about high class value man, he's not even a high class value man. Just because you wear some tight ass European suit that don't even meant for you to wear. You know how when black men they be wearing European black suits and they be thinking they think they doing something. I mean, nigga, bye. You in that tight ass pants and tight ass suit, showing all your showing all your junk, and it doesn't even fit right. It don't even look right. With and he's on that bandwagon, and so all the rest of them. So the lead attorney, he was telling her, she telling her issue, which I don't know why these women keep going to these men getting issues from. They don't know the plight of women, the black woman, and he just like cursed her out like it was nothing, you know, just cursed her out like you didn't tell him about the parental visits and stuff. When do you hear that? I said, when in that narrative conversation did she say she didn't want him at the parental visits? He didn't know. You ain't told him. Just placing blame. You didn't tell him about the parental visits. That's why he ain't come. Bitch, did he say that? Did she say that? And then he started being very insulting, and and I was like, but prior to that, I was watching him, not because he was talking about relationships and stuff. He was talking about, I don't know what kind of attorney he is, but he was, speaking about fraud and all that stuff and financial fraud and all that stuff. And then he just went on this new narrative, wanting to bash women, trying to be like another Kevin Samuels. You know, I said, I sure wish if he's a lawyer as he claims to be, I sure hope, I sure hope someone looks on YouTube and get his license revoked, carrying on like that. When you go to be a lawyer, you have certain ethical standards you have to go by. And especially if you talk about you a lawyer, you can't be on no YouTube carrying on like a fool. Because even if you work for yourself and you have your own law firm and law office, they ain't gonna tolerate that mess. And I don't understand, if you such a lawyer, why you on YouTube all the time? I know if I was a lawyer, you think I had time to be getting on YouTube like that? I'll make small little videos, because there's another black woman. She's a lawyer. She don't be on YouTube all day like that. She'll be making her videos about relationships and older women and stuff, with dating. She's on Facebook, but she's also on, I guess she's on YouTube if I put her name on there. But she don't be making no long ass videos and be on there all day. She just how people make 10-minute videos and they just post it. That's it. You know? But Kevin Samuels, ass. How you 50? He 50 something years old. He's about, 50 something. And I assume he was married twice, or I know he's divorced. He lived right here in Atlanta. At least at one time, I think. I think he lived in Atlanta. He would be some kind of fashion consultant or something. I'm like, boy, bye. You know about a personal shopper. And then maybe trying to go to these high class malls like Phipps Plaza, thinking he doing something. Just foolish. Dang, this questionnaire is long. No, people get on YouTube, like I said. What is the most? These people are not even worth no time. But that's what they do. They get on YouTube, and I guess that's supposed to be their new thing now. Ugh, they asked too many dang questions on that survey for that 23 me. That's what I was on the phone. But they just got this new sector, the manosphere and stuff. That's all. People always be jumping on making some new sector about something. Beef sector, manosphere sector, the van life sector, all these different segments. There's even a sector called a black sector. I said, what the hell is the black sector? If you black, you in the sector. But they got this, they just got these different sectors or whatever. I'm not in no such thing. And then they got the gig worker, get a gig, the gig worker segment. Like, you do Uber Eats and Uber and stuff. That was a sector all by it. That was a sector too. That's how I knew Shelly Shell and some people got to know me more when I started doing the gig work. That's how my channel grew at one point because it was a lot of people watching my channel. I talk occasionally about the taxes and stuff, but that's how I got involved. Real going back to YouTube and meeting people, looking up their videos about, Uber Eats and Grubhub and just watching. But I don't even see a lot of those people anymore. A lot of people don't even do it. They just moved on. They did it. They've been in like about 3, 4, 5 years. Um, and and they moved on because, like I said, when I first did Uber Eats and Grubhub and all those things back in 2016, I think was it last year? I think I really stopped doing it. I'm talking about like Uber Eats and the food deliveries and stuff. It would have been in 20. It might have been last year, but it might have been early part of last year in 2020 that I really kind of stopped doing it. Well, one, I was deactivated from Uber Eats and stuff, and then DoorDash. And most of them I was deactivated from. But some of those apps I just didn't bother to do anymore. I'm still part of. I still have um what was that one? Not DoorDash, not Uber Eats, not Grubhub, not Instacart, not Zifty. I can't think of what the other one was. It's not Amazon Prime because once I worked at Amazon, they deactivate you because you can't be an employee and do it at the same time. But if I was to resign from Amazon, then I'll be back on Amazon. But I'm not gonna bother doing Amazon. I wouldn't bother doing Amazon anymore. I'll still stick with the other apps that I'm doing, the other gig work I'm doing, the merchandisersurvey.com and Observer. and probably some of the other secret shop, secret shopper, and I may do Vivo. I know Twist and Locks. You've done a few of those, and I said I was going to do it, but I haven't done it yet. But I think next year I'm gonna do Vivo. I'm gonna do Vivo. I wish they had other warehouse locations to go to and pick up the items and stuff. It would be more better and break it up like that. But there's some other ones. There's some other apps popping up that I've signed up for. I just didn't start them yet. What was the other one? Shipcart. Shipcart is another one. But the thing with Shipcart is, I said, how y'all got that done where they said drive to the area you may, you have to, you may get an area. They need to change that. They need to change that. It's supposed to show up. Where's that skip card? Where's that skip card at? Where is that? And they could pick up food and anything too. You go to AutoZone. You may go to AutoZone to pick up tires or a battery and stuff like that. But and one time when I first signed up with them, I had got like a catering order, and it was like $68. And I humming and looking at the app. I said, man, should I take it? It was too late. It was gone. I was like, oh man. But the thing was, I was still at home. And I said, dang, they wanted to go to Peachtree Corner. See, this is it. Skip cart. I didn't log in. I didn't even log in here. But they don't have as many orders. But this app been out longer. This been out a couple of times. I went on YouTube and I've seen some people do it. Skip Party new, but they been in Atlanta. Um, I think almost a year because they notified me when they was in Atlanta. But I signed up and everything, but I never went out to see. But uh-uh. This is the email. What y'all talking about? Man, I ain't gonna sign in here. They talking crazy. Sure. But I don't know. I'm trying to drink these two waters. It's frozen. Ooh, it's cold. Why is chilly in this? It's 71 degrees, but why I feel chilly? I know I had to close all the windows. Oh, I've been on here an hour and 17 minutes. All right, let me close the poll. Everybody voted 50% yes, 50% no. I'm so curious to see what that 23andMe is going to come back with. That would be something. Once I get it, I'm going to show y'all. I'm going to share it. You can buy anything. like I said, that's just too, you know. You know, this time of the year, you know how you feel pressured. You know, you go to you could travel somewhere and like if I go to my grandmother's house, you know, they be like they be expecting you. Where's my gift? You know, people be expecting. You know, not people. I won't say because my mother don't be asking for nothing. She don't be. And then one time she gonna ask me, did I buy any Christmas gifts for my nieces and nephews? I said these are the same nieces and nephews um, that don't even communicate with your aunt. You know, every year, every time I see them for something, I always gave them something throughout if I see them. If I come, you know, money. I don't buy no gifts, but they be getting money. Like when my niece graduated from high school, when I went to Houston to the graduation, um, and I mean, let me see. She said thank you, but it wasn't like, you know, like she really appreciated it or something. And then they're gonna act like that with my sister. We get into it. You ain't never bought them nothing you ain't never bought them anything, and they gonna turn around. Now they gonna turn around and be like, yeah, I ain't never got nothing from you. I'll be like looking at them like they crazy, like they act like they ain't never got anything. I mean, that's just an insult. Yes, Teresa, you got like thousands of views. Yeah, I know. I got all those views on those videos when I did that gig work because mine wasn't about let me show you how to drive. Let me show you how to get. Mm-mm. I told people exactly my experience with gig work and my perspective. But a lot of people made those videos because they were trying to get referral money and bonuses. That's what that was. They were just passing out those codes like it was nothing. Let's go ahead. Let me share you my code. I can share my code. That's what people were doing. I said, nope. And I told people, I said, you know, and people said they should stop getting new people. It's saturating the market. I said, they have it, they have it all planned out. Oh, Domino's Pizza. I didn't try to do as many videos when I worked at Domino's. I wasn't doing those videos with Domino's because Domino's had a social media policy. So I didn't do my videos was not with Domino's. I did not talk about Domino's and I didn't make videos about Domino's. I might have talked about it briefly, but I would never talk about the Domino's. I was doing most of mine was Grubhub and things like that, but it was not Domino's. So I didn't make no videos about Domino. Matter of fact, I don't think I did. I think the one you talking about when I was doing the Grubhub and the independent gigs and stuff. I know that for sure. I didn't do Domino's like that with terms of YouTube videos. Now I might have spoken after the fact, but what do you mean hiding? Hiding what? No, they just don't want you to do videos about Domino's. And I wouldn't do videos about Domino's anyway because If people know where you are and live and stuff, and you mention it, that's too easy to get robbed. Yep, that's why I don't mention. That's why I didn't mention them. And I don't really talk about I don't really talk about TurboTax either. I may talk about, oh, if you even want to get a discount stuff, I may say that, but I don't talk too much about TurboTax either. Now I could talk about taxes in general and my own business because they will let you can have your own business and work at TurboTax too. You just can't work for the competitor. Like they're not gonna let me work at Jackson Hewitt or whatever and work at You can't do that. But I could work for my own business. I could work for myself and any other tax firm. But I think a lot of there's a company now that I'm looking at, tax specialist notice resolution remote. Hmm. All these companies are hiring for tax specialists. Why these companies be asking about pronouns? Do you want to be? Yep, Charlie's a boy sitting down on his floor next to me, sleeping. Oh Lord. Yep, that's what Yvette told me. Hmm. At least I ain't got to worry about him getting pregnant. Hmm. No, you're cool. I can understand you. Yep, I ain't got to worry about Charlie being pregnant or walking outside in the spring and see another kitten born in the flower bed or something. I be thinking, these kittens that been popping up in the last couple of years, they coming from somewhere else. Hmm. Dang, if I was to go somewhere for Christmas or go out of town, I don't know what I'm gonna do with Charlie. I'm not taking him to no place like a sitting place or something. But you know what though? I don't really feel like really going out, and I just feel like staying home. I don't really feel like having to feel going somewhere and stuff. That's one thing that makes it real hard when you live somewhere without any immediate family. I mean, I have family that lives here, but not really. Just like my aunts and 10 of the other relatives came down from South Carolina to watch that South Carolina State versus Jackson State with the football game that was over the weekend. And my aunt, she calls me, all right, I'm just gonna let you know I'm in town. I'll be in town, and just let you know that we be coming down there. I don't want you to say somebody came and didn't tell you. I was like, and if you want to come, you could come to the game if and you and it didn't even seem welcoming. It didn't even seem welcoming. That's why I didn't even go. I didn't even go. I said, let me go ahead and finish my training because that's what I was doing on Saturday mostly, most of the time. And I did watch the game on TV, on the internet. And, it was like, my aunt, you get a give, you get a give. And, I was like, I didn't even go. I didn't go because I just didn't feel like going because how you feel like a third toe, even though it might be my aunts and my cousins and stuff, and my they went together as a family, and they said, "Oh well, Teresa live in Atlanta. Let's call And then you would say, "Don't say nobody didn't call you," and then nobody came and called me when you was here in Atlanta. I said, you know what? I said I'm not invested like that, you know. And to say that, when someone say that, well, don't say nobody didn't call you, and I was like, would you really tell me, y'all? Would y'all really feel like going if someone was to say that? Let me know in the comment section. If someone said, "Oh, I'm in town for this and that event, and I'm just calling to let you know I'm here. I'm in town because I don't want no one. I don't want you to say they came in town. Ain't nobody came and visit me. Would you feel comfortable? Would you really feel welcomed? Exactly, Brooklyn boy. What are y'all else? Who else is on here? What do y'all think? Tell me what y'all think. And that's one of the reasons. To be honest, that's one of the reasons I'm not really pressed about going for Christmas. I go down south every year, every Christmas, everything. I don't think I go both Thanksgiving and Christmas, but I know I go every year. I go. I drive for 5 hours. You know, um, I don't know. It's like to let me know ahead of to me. No. Wait, to let me know ahead of time. But see, the thing is, I knew they was coming because my aunt and uncle, they, ooh, when it comes to football, South Carolina State, they were going. I knew they was gonna be there. You ain't had to tell me. I knew they was coming. My aunt, my aunt ain't just came to Atlanta just because she been to Atlanta many of times for any numerous events. And the last time we had this conversation, she was like, I wasn't coming to Atlanta to visit you, uh, and this and that or whatever, you know. I didn't say to come and visit, but you know, I mean, my aunt came and visited me before. She a few years ago she came to visit me. You know, when I used to live in Marietta, she came to visit and come to visit, and then they come around looking around your house, be like, "Oh my God," you know, and you know, I said, "Okay, I'm going. I have to take a class for an hour. I'll be back." I come home, half the stuff in my house is in the garbage bag outside the door. I'm like, "What the hell?" And I had cleaned up too. I really did. Yvette, you knew I cleaned up. Cause I knew when they was coming, I said, "Ooh, ooh." I did one of those OCD, deep cleaning, putting stuff up. Because my mother and aunts and stuff, not all of them, but I would say my mother, my aunt Jacqueline, my grandmother, they real OCD. They real OCD. And all my cousins, we all say the same thing when they say, "Oh man, you know, your aunt, my mother, their mother be coming over to the house. They be straightening it up like they really be going the hog wild." Hey, shifting soil 55, how are you? It's been a minute since I've seen you. So my cousins, see my cousins and stuff, they all do the same thing. They say, "Oh, you know, when your aunt, my mother be coming to the house, they be all up in the closet and stuff, and they say, 'What you doing?' They say, 'Oh, we straighten it up, we clean it up.'" You know, it's like everybody got this anxiety. They feel like it's this constant anxiety of, "Oh no, people could, you know." I ain't talking about now. I ain't talking about leaving the house like, you know, kind of crazy and stuff. Because I mean, my I know mine was looking crazy, but but if they coming over, mm-mm. Even my grandmother, she do that. You come there to visit and stuff. You can come, like I go to my grandmother's house now, and I know she's up in age, but growing up, that house be spotless. I mean, spotless all day. All right, we got to. My grandma, she constantly got a broom in her hand, be sweeping. I was like, "Grandma, sit down." You know, it's like, you know, they always want you to do something. You know, I'm not saying, you know, live like a pigsty or whatever, but it never like that. Never, never, never. It's like you constantly keep. I was like, God dang, can we just relax? You know, people sometimes you want to go somewhere just to relax, just to be with people, but you always doing something. Always. I ain't talking about doing something like, you know, not being hospitable, but it's just a bit too. You know, sometimes it just get be too much. You know, and one thing for sure. A lot of people, my family members, through the years, they pretty much stayed home. They don't really come down like that. They used to stay home, you know, with their own little immediate family. But it just gets too much, you know. People always constantly up there cooking all the time and just, you know, washing dishes and cooking breakfast, lunch, dinner, you know, all this stuff is just like it's like you almost like the dang cook and maid. You know, my mother be like, "I ain't doing all this cooking." My mother came for Thanksgiving 2 years ago. My grandmother and my mother came. "I ain't trying to do all no cooking. I ain't trying to do all this cooking and stuff." I said, "Okay." And I'm sitting here, I cleaned up for 3 weeks. Y'all remember that? Remember I told y'all? And I was doing I show y'all the background. That house was sparkling. Now Yvette, I know you're gonna say, and I was constantly like straightening stuff up and to up until the time they pulled up, and it was immaculate. Let me tell you. And then my mother came here. I was so stressed trying to get stuff in order because I know how OCD they would get that I didn't even cook. I didn't even cook a meal for my grandma saying, I'm hungry, you ain't got nothing to eat. I felt so bad. Yeah, I ain't cooked no stewed chicken. You know, I started planning to have stewed chicken and rice. I felt so bad. I was like, dang, I did all that trying to get stuff in order and get things right and, look hospitable that I didn't even cook. So luckily my mother came had pots and stuff. Where that fish at? She bought some fish, fried, fresh fish. She fried up fish and she talked about, but someone who said it wasn't cooking, my mother bought the whole dinner. I was like, oh god dang. Macaroni, DeJour, you knew if DeJour ever come on here, he was the one got Thanksgiving dinner to my house 2 days later and piled up like the galore. I'll never have, y'all remember served himself. I was like, well, goddamn. My mother, she had collard greens. She cooked the whole meal. For someone that said it wasn't cooking, they sure came from South Carolina with pots and pans and stuff. But I didn't mind. I knew she was going to do that. I didn't mind. My mother, y'all saw that video 2 years ago with the holiday Thanksgiving dinner, all the food out. Oh, that got to you. So it was kind of like, I want someone to come and visit me for a change. Why I always gotta be the one going there all the time? Everybody bring their kids and grandkids and stuff, and I feel left out. I just feel left out. Christmas come, people open up presents and stuff. I just don't really feel part of it. Then you got some other distant relatives they come by. Hey, Teresa, are you married? You got any kids? And then the minute you say no, it's like they walk away from you. You know, arguing and fighting on every. Yeah, they didn't get to that extreme. They don't. No one does that, but they do like to get into debates and stuff. They do get into debates, but I don't know. I got this whole week to think about it. I got this whole week to think about it. Yeah, but you know what though? I want to do something different. Especially during Christmas, going into the New Year's, and especially since I really don't have to work per se. I don't have to start my job, but into it because I make my own schedule. I'm really free from now until the new year. I'm free up until the new year. That's why I said, shoot, I hated the fact that I didn't plan something because I was really thinking, oh, I have to work and this and that or whatever. Because I was supposed to start Maximus, working for the Department of Education. They mailed me all the equipment, two monitors, the Dell computer, and I told them I wasn't interested anymore. And I spoke with the recruiter. Next thing you know, the equipment's there. They did. I don't. They was like, "Oh, we need to finish your background check." I said, "Well, how did they mail me the equipment if they didn't have my background check?" So I emailed them. I said, I'm not interested in the position anymore." And I said, "Please send me a return label to ship this equipment back." And they said, "Well, if you didn't open it, just go ahead and refuse it. It's already in my house. I need a return label, and I'll ship that stuff back. I'm not going to open the box or anything." And the reason why I'm not taking, I decided not to accept the position, even though they said I had to finish the I-9 and all this paperwork and stuff, but they mailed out the equipment. I was like, one, the pay is too low. It was like $14.85, and the hours was too restrictive. It was like They wanted you to work like 2 to 11, and then you have a Saturday, and then you get like 4 days off during the week. And what was it? Yeah, pretty much that was it. I just, and I said no, nope. And then I saw that they emailed me about Maximus is a it's like it's not a temp agency. It's like a provider that they provide support for the federal government and some state agencies. Guess what they sent me to work that they was looking for people again? The Internal Revenue Service. They sent me, they was like hiring for the Internal Revenue Service, but you be working with the Internal Revenue Service, but you be working for Maximus. Now that's the one I worked during the summer with the CDC when I was working for the CDC. So they looking they looking to they looking to hire for the turn. Now I know that if I put my hat in that, I know I'll get hired. But see, I worked at the IRS, so they're gonna have to pay me the rate that I was when I left, which was a grade 8, step 4, which was almost $25 an hour. So I know they need people. They need people badly because this week, 2 weeks, yep, a lot of my former coworkers will be retiring at the end of the year. They always retire at the end of the year. So I know a lot of people who's due to retire. They both have been retired, really, to be honest. But I know throughout these last few years, a lot of them had retired at the location. So they were looking to hire again. They need to hire people anyway because they're not processing those returns and trying to call the IRS is like hell. You'll be on the phone for 3, 4 hours before you get a hold of somebody on the phone. So I don't know. Now I may do that. I don't know. I don't know what I'm gonna do. They're gonna have to pay me way more than what I was. But I didn't want to work, you get federal pay like as a GS, whatever, you would get federal pay. And since I worked at Maximus, I don't know because one moment they tell you you have benefits and one moment you don't have benefits. So it's kind of confusing. But I'm gonna have to contact them tomorrow. They're gonna have to come and pick up this equipment. They're gonna have to pick up this equipment. I don't want to work for the Department of Education. That's what I'm not gonna do that. And TurboTax, I make my own schedule, so I have to finish breaking out my schedule for the rest of the season and do that. But hmm, who knows? Who knows? I don't understand why they wanted to pay 1480 something. And I told y'all when I went to the information session, it was almost a month ago. And they said this won't start until December. If y'all, y'all could wait until it start. And some people, it was like 30, no, it was like 60, no, 60 something people were scheduled based on living in this DeKalb County area. And they had to be vaccinated. And they said anyone willing to not take the vaccination, then they were not going to hire. Half the people just dropped. It was like 40 people just said nope. And when it all boiled down to, it was only about 15 people left. All those people was like nope. So I said yes at the time because I said okay, let me see, I'll see what happens between now and then. But now it came close to it. I was like, well, and then you're working from home too, so and they still shorthanded with TurboTax. So they said they needed to hire. They short by thousands of people, thousands and thousands of people they had to hire, and they didn't even make their number. So I'm gonna see how it's gonna go this tax season. I ain't gonna stress myself out about nothing. My manager and stuff. All right, fine. You don't want me to be full service? Okay, whatever. That's when you do the tax returns, actual tax returns itself. And I said, okay, y'all gonna still have me either taking phone calls and you're going in the chat, but they mostly have me in the chat. So most of my interactions with people calling the chat. So I said, okay, whatever. But in a couple of days, let me see. Did you get your booster yet? Nope. Mm-mm. I just had my shot in July. So August, September, October, November, December, 5 months. I'm just gonna wait. I'm not. I mean, 5 months and stuff. It couldn't have. That thing couldn't have worn off that quick. I'm just gonna wait for the booster shot. I'm not gonna be rushing. I'm gonna wait because I haven't really been around people like that. I haven't been around people like that. I have not been around people like that to the point where I need to rush to get the booster shot. I still go out and about, wear my mask, and that's it. I'm not trying to be around no big, huge crowds of people. That's one reason why I wasn't so particular about going to no football game. I was like, all those people, all those black folks. I mean, people walk around wearing masks, but they had the mask on because I'm quite sure they required that they supposed to wear it. But that don't mean people had got the shot either. They ain't got the first, they ain't got the second shot, and they went to the game and they wear their mask. But that's way too. And that game was sold out too. I was like, nope. All these people in the NBA, they said they had got the COVID. I'm like, well, god dang. So I'm not trying to I'm not really trying to go nowhere to be honest because I mean I feel well, but I haven't really my I still feel a little bit cautious about because at the middle of the night it's like every time at the middle of the night it'll be 3 o'clock in the morning or so. Um, I'm still getting these high sugar levels. I could tell when my sugar level is high in the middle of the night, and it's the same time all the time. So I'm not really trying to go through that. I'm still trying to take my medications and stuff, but my sugar levels is just too wacky, especially at night. I can't. I don't want to go. I don't want to. I don't want to drive that long a distance like that, and I don't want to tell no one what's wrong because where are you? Then they'll stress me out about it if I tell them. So if I don't say nothing, they'll get on my nerves. Then when you're trying to eat or go to, have people have dinner. First of all, they would say, "You ain't supposed to eat that." They want to be the police, especially my sister. She got diagnosed with pre-diabetes, and people always been trying to stress you about it stuff. All right, so I know they got their foot amputated because and then you try to you ain't supposed to eat that cake, you ain't supposed to eat no pie, you ain't that's too much food, and it's like they say stuff like, I don't be eating a whole lot, you know. I try to eat one plate, it's like they say my mother they know to do that. I ain't weigh that much, and it's like they say it over and over, just making up, not making up stuff, but just saying things um, I ain't be so fat, and I ain't so like one time I knew I gained a lot of weight. I knew I did, and they just walking around. My mother, she was doing that all Christmas. Every time it was every. See, let me tell you why I don't really feel like going for Christmas. I haven't really had a good experience when Christmas come. You know, it's like you sitting around. I ain't gain all that weight. It's like they walk by just saying stuff, and then it's like you kind of like really not trying to hear it, and it's just so critical. And I think I know I shouldn't let the past bother me about it, but it does. It really bothers me. It really bothers me. Every Christmas, it was always something. Every Christmas. I remember when I first moved out of New York. I remember when I first moved out of New York. It was a very trying time, you could say. And when my aunt drove my aunt uncle, they always come for Christmas. They always go to South Carolina. And I remember I was moving, you know, and I was in my 20s or so. And then I had applied to Virginia Commonwealth University. I applied to I got accepted to that school too. I should have went to Virginia. I should have just transferred and went to that school or something. But I stayed in South Carolina in Columbia, and I was staying with my aunt, the one who came to visit me, that came over the weekend. And it was so. I remember it was right around Christmas, and my mother she was being real ugly then, really ugly. We didn't get along. We had our spats, but I knew the reason why. I don't want to really get too detailed about it. And I had left New York and went to South Carolina when my aunt went and had my whatever little things I had with me. And it was so bad. It was really bad. And I remember it was Christmas. It was Christmas. And it was got to the point where it was like, well, who are you gonna stay with? And then I had to, my youngest aunt, I was staying with her, but she had, my cousins were younger at the time, and that was a mess. You know how you stay with relatives, you could stay for a few weeks and stuff. Mm-mm. It wasn't that great of experience. It was not that great of experience, I'll tell you. It wasn't that great. And I remember one time I was at my grandmother's house. They were so critical, so much to the point where one time I had, I had, I didn't say something bad to my grandmother. You don't be disrespectful in a way. And I think they got to me so bad because they didn't really know what me and my sister was going through at the time. See, my sister ran away when she was in high school. We were a year apart. And my family relatives, my parents were they were very abusive, verbally, physically, growing up as a child, teenager. I went through a lot. I really did. I went through a lot. And my mother didn't really get along too much with the family members anyway. It was a lot of things going on. But everything, if you think about it now, men's things has been been amended and stuff. They said people. When people say people change, and people forgave each other for the things they've done and all the things that was going on. And but it was always something. It was always something during Christmas time that made me really uncomfortable. But that was one incident that happened during the Christmas when I moved down there, and people was like, you know, she stay with you and this, and it was just too much. I should have just went to the army like I had planned to. I was gonna go to the army, took the test and everything. But my uncle, the one I loaned some money to, the one who always want to tell you everything too, he ain't gonna go to the army. I should have went to the army when that incident happened in my life. I should have just went to the army, you know. But no, I had let my uncle say, "Oh no, you need to finish school. You need to go to the army. You need to do this. You need to do that." And then I had years of stress, years of dealing with stupid stuff when I should have just left, went to the army, like I said, and probably would have stayed there for 20 years and whatever, and then had to be in that situation during the time. And then what was another incident, the Christmas gifts exchange, and within the family, we all was supposed to pick names. Everybody was supposed to buy the gift. That was another stressful moment when Christmas came when it came to gifts. So, at the time, I wasn't making a whole lot of money. I was still in school. You know. I probably worked like a federal job program or something. You don't get a whole lot of money, you know, and you get financial aid or whatever, which is mostly loans. And whoever name I picked, I think it was one of my aunts I picked. And everybody didn't even come home for Christmas. But you're gonna sit there and blame me or say to me, and they ain't gonna remember this, but I remember it. Um, you don't get no gift the day after Christmas. They supposed to get the gift the day of Christmas. Then they criticize about the value of the gift. Just because it didn't come in a Tiffany bag or Bloomingdale's bag, they didn't put their nose down on the gift that you get them. I was like, mm-mm. Some family members didn't even come for Christmas. Some of my grandmother bought gifts for my cousins, the younger cousins. They ain't never been to South Carolina. They ain't never, one of my cousins, they ain't never been to South Carolina, never met my grandmother, never. They wrapped up the gift, and the gift be under the tree, and it'll be like Lauren. It'd be like, one of my cousins, Lauren. I was like, this was like almost 20 something years ago. People my grandmother, well, she didn't buy the gifts, but I guess she gave my aunt money, and my aunt would really buy the gifts for the grandkids. Some of them didn't even come to South Carolina. They didn't come for Christmas, and the gifts be right under the tree every year. The gifts be right under the tree. Nobody never came to visit. Nothing. So when we had that family exchange thing with the gifts, they was like, nobody should get no Christmas gifts after Christmas just because they didn't get it on Christmas Day or whatever it was, whatever the reason was, or the type of gift or whatever. They complained about that. I was like, you know what? I'm not doing this no more. I'm not doing this no more. Because I remember that happened. It's like you targeted me about it. Nope. Never again. Never again. They criticized, and one of my aunts, they criticized about the gift, and you don't buy that type of gift. You don't buy that type of gift. That's too personal. I think it was perfume. It was like perfume. And they criticized about the gift because I bought perfume. I wasn't no cheap, when you young or whatever, you're not gonna buy. Ain't nobody got money to buy no $100, $200 per perfume or stuff. You're gonna buy whatever you could afford, and you buy something, little tricklet, whatever. And I remember it was perfume, and somebody had something about it. They had got something to say, but that's what it was. You don't buy nothing about, So I said, you know what? Rather than appreciating that you got the gift, they said something about it. Nope. Mm-mm, never again. And I remember, and it was always something. Always. It was always something. Then one time my grandmother was like, "You the oldest," and then she would criticize, she'd just tear you down or whatever. And I ain't just gonna come and you come dry hand, ain't got nothing for nobody, you ain't got nothing for nobody. Really? I drove 5 hours to visit, and you just think sound like someone just came over here with nothing. Nothing in hand or nothing of the sort. Do mind you that nobody else was said that. Nobody else had nobody else said nothing. Ain't nobody tell nobody, but you're gonna just say that to me. Do mind you that I came to South Carolina, you know, you may have swept the leaves, cleaned up the house, washed dishes, cooked breakfast. You do all that during the time when I'm there. But I came with nothing in hand. But then I have cousins come walking in the house like they princesses and prince, and they like, hey, mommy, hey, they ain't cooked nothing, they ain't cleaned nothing, you know. It's like stuff like that. It's like things like that. I come in the house, it's like you ain't come to you come in, bring nothing, ain't come dry handed. Yeah, like me driving up and down the road, driving up and down the road. It's a small country town, and I'm driving up the road. You say you need to get something. I'm going there to do it. I'm driving. I don't know what they need to learn, but they need to learn some humility. And don't dare tell them that what and they act like they try to treat you like you a child, like you can't say nothing to them, but they so critical. But every year I keep coming. This I keep coming. I keep coming. I love my grandmother. Don't get me wrong. It's just I have a lot of relatives and a lot of I'm talking about immediate family members, aunts, uncles, and cousins and stuff. A lot of them don't come. They don't be there. They be like, wait, so they staying home. They stay, and I know the reason why is because they feel the same certain way about certain things, and they don't, and that is the reason why I'm not really wanting to go. I know it's easier for me to forgive and don't hold stuff in, but I just don't feel like really being going through that. You got any kids? You ain't married? No, no. And then that's it. They treat you like you invisible. My family could be the same way, huh? Exactly. Exactly. It's the peace of mind. It's just a peace of mind. And I don't really feel like dealing with that. I just don't. So if I don't go there for Christmas, I'm gonna say no. If I don't come, I mean, if I don't feel a certain way by the time Wednesday come around, I'm gonna follow my instinct. If I have a feeling about something, I'm like, no, I don't really feel like dealing with that. I just don't. So that's what I'm thinking about doing. Sometimes it'd be really hard, especially when people have their own kids and children and stuff. They really don't do a whole, people just don't come and visit no more like that. I think last Christmas. No, was it last Christmas? What was it? Let me see. What was it? What happened last year? I don't know. It just people didn't really. I just think people just really don't do a whole lot of things like that. A lot of things have changed. Well, I know COVID happened last year, but I'm trying to think. Was it when COVID happened? Did we do anything? Did people stay home and stuff, and they didn't do anything? That's what I'm thinking about. I think it was dog. I just can't see. I just can't seem to remember. Let me see. Cause this has gone on what 2 years in March when they had to shut down. I don't think anything. I don't think too much stuff happened last. Yeah, that's what it was. The airlines and yeah, that's what it was. There wasn't nothing done. I don't know. All I know is my sister said she flying in on the 24th, but she didn't rent no car. And I know that if she didn't rent no car, that means it was very expensive, and then she ain't got no money. So I don't even know why she decided to come. Well, 2022 will be a very better year, that's for sure, Brooklyn. I'm trying to think. Hmm. Well, my sister didn't rent no car, and she said she won't have a car. So I was like, what happened with that? Why were you? Why would you? Because when you're in the South Carolina and stuff in the country, they had no public transportation, and you think about taking Uber and stuff. So I don't know what she was thinking. And she planned on calling my one of my cousins Patrice because she's not working. She was working for Boeing, and then she lost her job. I was surprised, and she said she was going to go to get her PhD and stuff. So I think she got fired because she said she was trying to sue or whatever. I don't know what happened. So I think she was going on. Yeah, she was going about stress. I don't know. I need to call she what she's up to. But she probably called my cousin and then say, "Oh, you pick me up." Probably do that. But I don't know why you would come down here and don't have a car. And I know she expect my mother thinks she gonna let her drive her vehicle. Maybe she will. I don't know. I don't think my mother has that second car anymore. I think she only got the truck. I don't know. It's just too. It's just too distance. Too far distance. Be traveling up and down the road. I don't know. I'll let y'all know. I'll let y'all know my plans are. I know I spoke to my former coworker slash friend Giovanni. Shelly, you remember I talked about him. So he ran for city council at his town. So he won. I was looking at that on Facebook, and then he got his PhD. So I spoke to him a couple of days. He always been, come and get Big Daddy, we love it on you. And he wanted me to come and visit him, which is like 2 hours. It's like going towards Augusta. I said, what you doing for Christmas? Nothing. I'll be alone. We ain't gotta be alone. Come and visit me. Da, 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 da. So he said, you could come in, we could cook. You could come and cook. I said, you want me to come and visit just so I could cook? So I could cook, really? But see, we used to, he's my friend, but he's always been interested in me. And I've known him for over 20 years. And we used to always go to the, he was like one of those people that you go like not the backup date, because I knew he was always interested in me. But I always, we were always friends. So um, I would, I would come to his apartment. We, he lived in Atlanta. I would cook. I'd go to his apartment. We'd go to the movies and stuff like that. So and cook. Well, I would cook because he. So I enjoyed his company. I may visit Giovanni instead. I may go up there and see what he's doing. Maybe I'll go to his little swearing in when he becomes an officer. I'll buy him a little gift. He'll be surprised. The only reason why we didn't really kick it off like that, because he always says, used to be, because I was always so round up and stuff. He was like, that's that New York. I said, it ain't got nothing to do with no being in New York. But he said, see, you calm down a lot. Well, that would be an interesting time. Because you know what, to be honest, I said, you know what, I always put my guard up because maybe one, afraid of being hurt, and I think that I've lost out on a lot of great relationships with people. Well, not people in general, but you know how well, it was this one guy I was dating in college. He was real nice, real nice. He always wanted to. He had a goal. He always wanted to work for Amtrak. And when I moved out of South Carolina to move to Atlanta, we kind of lost touch, right? And one particular time, I think, was I in Atlanta or was I living in South Carolina? We were trying to look each other up. No, I was still in South Carolina. Well, we lost touch, but I always wondered about him and trying to find him and keep in touch. I could never find him on social media or nothing. And but I knew he worked at Amtrak. And last year, sometime I found him on Facebook and I sent a message. I remember I sent a message, messenger, and I didn't hear nothing back. And then one day I got a response. And he says, oh, yes, he lived in Virginia and he was married with some children. I don't even know if those were his kids. One was in the army or something, and they didn't look like they were his kids, but he got married. And I was kind of, I'm going to be honest, I was kind of crushed. I really was, you know. And I was going through, you go to his Facebook page and stuff. And he was going to Jamaica, taking her to Jamaica and all these vacations. And and for a moment, I did say, she took my life. I said that would have been me because he wasn't ready. He wasn't, he said he wasn't gonna get married until he turned like 30 something, whatever. And I really believe that he would have been my future husband. He really would. But we lost track of each other and stuff. And he asked me if I was married, and I said no. Do you have any kids? I said no. And that was it. Um, I didn't message him anymore. But I was kind of like, man, you know. And it wasn't like I didn't like him. I really did. I mean, I really did, you know. But I always wondered, you know, and I thought about him for years. I thought about him and was always, you know, and I really did try to find him again and communicate. But it is what it is. But I don't think those was his kids. They didn't look like they would have been his children. It looked like it was she had a bunch of kids and then he found her and they got married. You know, I don't know. I don't know. But I always had, you know how you always had like, I think I had three people that was in my life that was stages in my life that I met, and it never worked out. Not because we broke up or what, not because we broke up, but I remember this one guy. His name was Marlon. I never remember his last name. I think his name was Marlon Thomas, and we were this was in college in Baruch, and I remember we were always friends. And I remember one time he finally professed his love for me. I was living in Queens, and I was seeing this dumb knucklehead. I don't know. I wasted my time with this jackass, but you know, he was like, "I really love you. I care for you." And I remember he was in the apartment because I used to and he was like one of those you share a basement apartment, but it was like rooms, and the other person who was the housemate was he was in his room with his girl, and they was listening to our conversation, and he was like, "Oh yeah, go ahead and tell her," you know. And I remember he really cared for me. But we were friends, and I was, dealing with some other guy at the time, and he was heartbroken. He was really heartbroken, but he really did love me. But I didn't reciprocate it the same way because you know how someone they were friends and y'all be friends, but they never say nothing. You hanging out and you going, doing things together, but they don't really, they hold back and you dating other people and they watching and they just like, why is she with him? And you know what? But they don't say anything. And, of course, at that point, I think, yep, I moved out of New York and we lost contact and stuff. I thought about him. I've always thought about him. That was the second person. Now he was like the second person. The first person, I was not even in high. I wasn't even in college. I was like in high school, 12th grade. Met this one guy. He was very handsome. His name was Dion, but I can't remember his last name. And we met when I used to work on Wall Street. And I remember I was getting out the elevator, and he was coming on the elevator. And how you look at you look at someone, and they looking at you. And then I was pretending I had to go back upstairs. I left something in the office, and I went back in the elevator. And then we talked. He was always calling me gorgeous. He says, "Hello, He had this very deep type of voice, but he was like 20. He was like 20, 21. I was 18. He was 20 or whatever. He lived in Brooklyn. Man, I remember that summer, and then we started dating. And now I was still living at home, right? So he would always meet me after work, and we would be walking around the Statue of Liberty downtown holding hands. And some of my coworkers said, "Oh, I saw you. Y'all was so cute." And He would always walk me to the train station. I'd go back to the Bronx, and he'd go back to, he was, you know, very handsome, very nice. And I remember when the summer ended, he was going to college. He was going to go to Virginia Union. And man, I remember when we broke up. We didn't really break up, because he wrote me letters and stuff. He was in school. And I remember I was getting on the train, leaving. Boy, it made me cry right now just thinking about it. Just thinking about it. So I would say that there was three loves of my life that I really, all these other ones in between, but those three I always remember. They always held my heart. Always. So I would say in different stages in my life, earlier, 18, 18-ish. Then you meet someone at 20 something. Then you meet someone like 30 something. And then, and all of them was very positive, but you just thought I was getting to know you as friends. And one thing I would say, even none of them was judge. They did not judge me in no sort of way. They always valued me, say, "Oh, you're beautiful," and they really treated me like the queen that I am. But I didn't talk these, yeah, I would have to open up my heart, and I will be smart about it. I'm 50, at 53 years old, you learn a whole lot of lessons. Let me tell you, you know, I think part of it, of my heart, not hardened or brokenhearted. I don't think I've really told y'all this. I don't think I really told anybody this. If I mentioned it, I may have mentioned it in briefing. Yeah. I think what it was is, and it has to do with, if you go on if you see, where's that? I used to keep a diary. I think, I was pregnant at one time, right? And that's really one of the reasons how I left New York and moved to South Carolina when, and I never told anyone. I mean, my sister knew eventually, but I had an abortion, right? And no matter what people may say or whatever the people viewpoints are, but I think that really took a part of me when that happened. And I think for years I have dealt with guilt, and I had somewhat kind of punished myself for doing that. I know God forgave me. I asked God for forgiveness, and I was forgiven. But I didn't learn how to forgive myself for so long, and keeping that secret and keeping that secret and not be able to go, not able to finally had a closure. I think I have closure now, but it was something that I had not, you know, really came out and told anyone. I don't know. I try to be, but I don't think I'm as strong as people think. Y'all think someone's strong because I'll be bad mouthing about stuff, but I think that every year, as I turned older, and then when it got to a point where I couldn't have any children, I ain't had anyone, and I didn't want to be. I did not want to. You know, see, I think I understand this little man spear is coming from. But some of these men talk about women are selfish and this and that because women want to have children and that's it and don't want to. They just want it for themselves or whatever. I think I understand one point of that little man spear they coming from. No, thank you, Lady CC. Well, I appreciate that. I've overcame a lot of things. Let me tell you, I have a, I have stories to tell. Let me tell you some of the experiences in my life. I think one of the things I'm really afraid of is dying alone. Oh, that closet rental. Oh, they finally got their stuff. That girl came back from Florida and and they ain't had no help while she was loading that truck. And then had some two white guys drove by and helped her move the stuff. And she drove right back to Florida with the rest of the stuff. All right, I'm gonna hold my composure now. I'm done crying. Yeah, she was. She trying to riff raff me about the price, and I called up the company, and I told them that she ended up taking space in the garage and the room. It was not a 5 by 5, so they charged her the correct fee, which was $100. 100. They ended up charging her the correct fee, so I did get paid for. Well, thank you. I knew you was doing. I didn't want to say it, but yeah. So she ended up paying me the correct fees. She got her stuff. Then I had another guy who lived in Beverly Hills. He took the reservation to rent and he accepted it. I said, okay. As I asked him, we going back and forth. When you gonna move? When you gonna move? He lived in California. He had all these rental storages all over the place. And he was supposed to move to Covington, but he never moved. Never mind. So me in the meantime, he was billed $100 per month. So for almost 4 months, I got paid $400. And I said, I don't have anything to do with the billing. I'm just waiting for you to move your stuff in. So he canceled he finally canceled it. But I still got I still got paid. I need to look at that account. Yeah, I got paid for something that they never moved in because that was preventing other people from renting and doing the reservation. And they contacted me last week to do a video testimonial to post on their website. And I was supposed to get a $25 gift card, but I need to sign the release. So I'm going to print the release form tomorrow once I figure out how to do a Wi-Fi print and print it and then just fax it back to them. And they gave me a $25 gift card just to do a little testimony about the service. But it was pretty good, you know. I got to report that income because I did make over $600. So, but I even called the guy. I said, let me see if this is real. This seemed, but it sounded like it was an old white man that lived in Beverly Hills. Yeah, I'm still with Amazon, but I'm on medical leave. I'm supposed to submit my paperwork about my medical accommodation, and they have to limit my schedule from not working full time. But I may resign. Matter of fact, I didn't even. They sure do work you like a slave. So I'm going to. You know what? Only reason why I stayed was because I wanted to get the health insurance. I was not there for the money, trust me. I was there for the little health insurance. So I was able to go to the doctor, and I'm suing them because they didn't give me my bonus. They talking about it didn't show that you worked at an area that was for the bonus. Yes, I did. They hot, how you gonna sit there and put down advertise with the hiring, and I spoke with them last week, and then my phone went dead and got disconnected. And I told, so I said, no, it was, the Brazelton location during the summer when they were hiring people with a bonus. There was a hiring bonus to work if 90 days. And I worked beyond 90 days at that point. Even if I didn't, I was supposed to at least get half of the bonus. So it was me and this other coworker of mine. We didn't get it, and we had all started at the same time. And then the person I spoke to just said, "Oh yes, it's not coded correctly. It's a glitch." And then transferred me to someone else, and they trying to be, well, let me see, let me look. I was like, the person just told me it was not coded in the profile. So that's all right though, because I'm gonna at this point I'm done dealing with them. Yeah, I got Charlie. Charlie sitting right on my foot. Yeah, I still got him. One is still in the house. One was a baby. A couple months ago, I was like, where the hell this baby kitty come from? Come here. You better not. You be trying to play. Okay, come here. Let me show you. Come here. Let me read you someone. Come here, Charlie. Come here. Come here. Charlie, stop it. Come here. Ow, stop. I'm not playing. Come here. See, this is Charlie. Say hi to Lady Cece gave me. I did the reveal. This is a boy cat. Let me show you. This cat is so spoiled. You're gonna get your shots. You're gonna get your shots. You know what that is? Mm, I bet you. I give the cat a bath and everything. You know how hard it is to give a cat a bath. I mean, like, be still. I be putting all that oatmeal shampoo and stuff on him. You gonna get a bath tomorrow. You gonna get a bath? You gonna get a bath. Let me wash you tomorrow. You know they say cats are pretty much clean. This cat ain't. You know, yeah. Those other two cats, they outside. They don't used to being in the house. So this one I'm keeping in the house. The other two will be right outside. Okay. I know one thing. I'll be going to bed. I'll be laying down, and somehow or another he keeps sneaking in the room. I say, "Go on your pillow." Next thing you know, he jumping on the bed, be at my foot. You be right at my foot too. I think he knows that when I'm in that. I think these cats got these instincts because you know I'm diabetic and my sugar levels be real high in the middle of the night because suddenly my feet be hurting and I think he jumps on there and just lay on my foot. They don't know they gonna get their own little bed. He got an own room. Don't know how to stay in it. And then he likes this. He either stays under my desk in this other room or he stays at the bottom of the step. And he answers to his name too. If I call and say, Charlie, where you at? I don't hear nothing. You know, be all I said, mighty quiet in this house. What you doing? And then he be running upstairs and then I lay down. Next thing you know, literally be on my leg. He'll jump right up on the bed and be laying right on my foot. So I guess maybe he knows something. Maybe he knows something's wrong. So I guess they detect. I know one time I watched a lady's video. She said that the dog would be very attentive to her, and her sugar levels was high, and she had to take her medicine. It was something that the dog would do, and they detect your sugar, like if it's high or something. And then I would get up and say, "Let me take my pill." Then I would get up and take my medication and stuff. So I think Charlie's been protecting me. He's watching over me. He says something's wrong, and then I get up and then I'll be take the medication. So I think he stays there just enough to wake me up or to inform me that I need to take something, and then I'll get up and take it. So I guess there's something about cats and dogs that they know when something's wrong. I don't know how they know, but I guess they got very sensitive instincts or something. Yeah, but I'm glad I feel better. Well, that's good. That's good. The kid they were able to do that. Oh, she's fine. You know, she finally moved to South Carolina and sold that house in the Bronx. It's been what, 5 years now? Lady Cece, where you from again? I can't remember. Did you ever tell me where you were from? You didn't do any gig work, did you? Or were you just watching? Oh, I went to the wedding. I was there. Oh, you from Maryland? Oh yeah, I remember. Yeah, I went to the wedding. Y'all didn't see. Oh, y'all didn't see the pictures because I didn't put it on Facebook. I went to the wedding, and then me, and my other sister that live in Albany, Georgia. Let me see. Oh, yeah. Let me show you. This is my other sister, Linda, the one with the There's the three of us. You know, I actually cried at the wedding when they had their son mother dance. I was like, oh, and this is bride. Then, you know, I have a little niece now, a grandniece. You know, he had a little girl, but they didn't. The other two boys that was with the other mother. Now that's a whole new sit. That is a whole new video story altogether about that. I was like, see, I'm gonna have to take my iPhone and start printing these pictures so I can put them in picture frames. Yeah, that's when I was in New Orleans. Yes, yes, that was the same woman. She was the one. Remember when my ex brother in law, I guess I could say brother in law, he killed himself, murder suicide in Houston, well, Katy, Texas, about I want to say it was 3 or 4 years ago. 18, 19, 20, 21. 3 years ago. And at the time, he wasn't seeing this. The one he's married to, they weren't, you know, he wasn't seeing her. He was with the other baby mama that the two boys, the two little boys. And that's when I first met, um, nah, it could have been 3 years ago because he only had one son at the time. Oh, I know. I'll get to that. I'll get to that little story later. So at the repast or the funeral, everybody's supposed to get up and talk or whatever. This chick, she gets up there when the pastor get all up there about to do the benediction and stuff, and she come walking up there. He, he was like, she gonna get up there and sing a little song. I was like, what's wrong with her? Why she get up there? You get up there with the pastor already doing the repast, doing all the, about to close the ceremony and stuff, and you walk up there. All the people spoke. Everybody came up and spoke, and then she gets up there when the pastor get up there, and she walk up like. But that was the first time um, my mother and his mother, which is the great grandmother, seen the baby, and they were trying to hold him, and he crying because they were like trying to take a picture, and they were like, oh, they trying to not fighting over the baby, but they were, they wanted to hold the baby and stuff, and baby was just crying, and so Isaiah, that's his name, little boy is Isaiah, and I don't know what happened with that relationship. All I knew, next thing you know, she pregnant again. I was like, what? And then they had to do a paternity test because he wasn't sure who the father is and this and that or whatever. And they determined he was the father. And then um, I don't even know the little boy's name. Isaiah. I didn't even meet the second one. Yeah. The other boy, the first boy was Isaiah, but what was the other little boy name? It'll come to me. So then I think the girl he married to now, then it says, oh, he getting married. I think it was like a year ago, last year ago, um, because the little girl, she's going on 2. So I was kind of like, wait a minute now. The second little boy was born. Whatever happened, but they broke up or whatever. Then another person got pregnant. I mean, they not that far in age either. Now I'm not gonna judge because me and my half sister Cassandra, the one y'all saw in the picture, we months apart. So we kind of I finally met her when we were real young. That I had another sister, and then I had to find I had a brother, but he died in a fire in the Bronx. That we were only months apart. I was like, my father was seeing 2 women at the same time, basically, and I was like, what? That was nothing but trauma. But see, that's basically the same thing happened with my nephew. What he did, you got out of one relationship and it didn't work out, and then you going on another relationship with a whole new another family, and then you get married, and you have a little girl, and when that flood happened last year, um, I was calling him and see how he was doing and stuff, but like I told you, my nieces and nephews and stuff, they, even when they were younger, they didn't really communicate with me like that. My sister was at fault at some point, um, but they got old enough to call, and I be call my sisters, talk to her and see how she doing. And I said, well, his birthday's the 24th, so I call him and wish him a happy birthday. And my sister's birthday's Tuesday, so and last time when I heard was the girl moved to Chicago, so she don't live in Shreveport, Louisiana. I don't know if she moved up. I don't know. They don't really keep people informed about anything. And I said, well, you want to call your great grandmother? Your great grandmother asking for you, and they The girl's family went to the wedding, and I said, "Where's my little grandniece?" And she all in the grandfather's arms. It was like the whole time they holding her. I'm like, she all with the other family members, and I said she got to be used to her relatives. She was all used to the other side relatives. They holding the baby and stuff, and I come up there and says, "Hey, hi, little girl." She start crying before I didn't even touch the little girl. She crying and just, like, "All right, little girl, I ain't gonna touch you. I just kind of look at you. How you doing, little one?" And she, if it wasn't that grandfather holding her hand or somebody else in that family, she say, "Ooh, you can't be like this. You got a whole lot of family wanting to see you." But it's up to my nephew. It's up to him. He needs to set the tone. He need to make his way to South Carolina and meet his family and stuff. You just can't. I don't know. I don't know. The whole family dynamics and stuff has changed. People are not as close like they used to. That ain't never been. So I just hope it works out. That's all I know. They were just having all these baby mama dramas and stuff, but he take care of his kids. Trust me. He paying that child support. That's for sure. But what she did, now, one thing I have to say was Kevin Samuels with that fool, when he mentioned certain now that segment I could relate to in regards to some of the mess that some of these girls be doing. They just want to have a baby because just to have a baby, and then they purposely do not want the fathers to be involved in the child's lives, and therefore the child suffers because they're living in poverty, struggling, you know. And sometimes it's not always the father who's not wanting to be there in the child's life. Sometimes they do want to be there, but people be making hold of, the child is not a money bag. Just like what's that rap song? Um, Miss Jackson, and he made that line that he'll be there for graduation and this and that or whatever. But they use the child as a money grab, and some of these little internet thoughts, they want to have babies by all these athletes and especially these white girls or whatever. It's amazing how they be like, you spreading your seed all like that to you got three different women pregnant baby daddies, and people be having it. They acting all proud too. They just so proud about it. And some of these girls, they be doing the same thing. They just get instant millionaires. I'm not even gonna say millionaires. They just, I don't know. That's just disgusting. They just want to have. "Oh, I want a mixed baby. I want a mixed baby." They give two red asses, but then when that child gets older, you don't really see them around with the child. Think about it. When babies are cute, they little, they're like, "Oh, look at these so cute," and then they get older, they act like they don't really care. They don't really care. They just want to. They just want to groom. I ain't gonna say groom. Listen, it's not grooming the child. It's like they want. Like you see how some of these that really be pushing their children or promoting their child. It's like they want like a mini me version of them and just exploit the child in a sense, in a way. It's like they don't seem to really care about the kids. They don't really care about the child. They just want to. Oh, I want to have a baby. 'Cause, I'm getting old. And, how old are you? 22. I'm like, bitch, if you don't sit yourself down, they act like they getting old. They like, I tell you, I want a child. They just want to have a baby just to have a baby. Just the sake of having a baby. Sleep with any old random dude. I'll be watching, so many people on TikTok and all that stuff. They just want, I was like, why? Yeah, like it's a doll. Exactly. That's exactly what they be doing. That's all they be doing. Treating like a doll. And then these kids grow up to then you be like, well, dang, look what happened to so and so child. That's exactly why. And they don't have to be famous and stuff. It happens to all kids in all situations. But when you think about it, that's what it is. You know what the saying goes: people have glamorous baby showers, but they have no wedding. They do the baby shower. They be glammed up, putting all on the Instagram and all on TikTok. You know, I said, y'all doing too much. They be having a glamorous baby shower. I'm sorry, I have a couple of cousins. They do that mess. They in that situation. I be wanting to ask them so bad, who the baby daddy? Where he at? I ain't talking about my cousins who got married and stuff. But I'm talking about the ones they single and then they say so and so pregnant. What? She be staying in the house. How the hell she got pregnant? I mean, physiology, yes, but I want to. Well, this is in South Carolina. This is South Carolina, but shoot, I had a couple cousins. They talk about, yeah, so and so pregnant. I was like, who the baby daddy? And I was like, I'm thinking something in my mind. I really don't want to say it here. I really don't want to say it here because I know it crosses my mind. I was like, because the first time this particular cousin was pregnant, I was like, I ain't never seen. She don't go out anywhere. Where who she? She always stay in the house. Ever since she was a little girl, she always be the one in the house cooking and cleaning, like she was a grown ass adult. And she was 6 years old. She be cooking up meals, and then one moment they say, yeah, Shay. Oops, I ain't said the name. I ain't said the full name. Oh, so and so pregnant. I was like, I don't see her go anywhere. She don't work outside the house in that trailer they lived in. She was still living at home with the parents, and they go to work and do whatever. And they said she was pregnant. I was like, and I'm thinking like, she ain't mentioned no boyfriend. I ain't bring nobody over, and I ain't never seen nobody come for Thanksgiving. Say, this is my boyfriend. I ain't seen never. Now I'm not I go to South Carolina all the time, but I've never seen her bring anybody over there or heard anything about she's seeing somebody or dating somebody. Never. Then maybe 3, 4 years ago, they said, yeah, she pregnant. I was like, what? Again? By who? I ain't saying I'm saying this in my head. I was like, I said, now I don't, I ain't never heard about the baby daddy, never heard nothing. They look like her and my uncle. If you know what I mean, but I say that, read between the lines. And I hate this, and I hate to think that's the situation. But for some strange reason, in my mind, I really believe that's what happened. She been trying to act so grown as a little girl. I wonder if that's the case. Because they always, this particular uncle, they always been in the house. He never come over to cross the field or whatever. And I hate to think that's what the situation was. But she finally have her own apartment, live on her own. But I have a strong feeling it was something that my mother said. You know, there's a lot of family secrets that you don't know, and this and that. I said, I never questioned my mother. What do you mean by that? I didn't even want to know because whatever when she said that, I said, you know what? I think I knew what she meant, but I didn't even question it. I didn't say nothing. I didn't say a thing. I was like, mm-mm, I don't want to know. But ain't that strange? If you know if you know you know this is in the country that you never seen a person, see anybody, date anybody, go out, and then they say they pregnant. I'm like, wait, how? And then when the child is born, they look just like you, splitting image. They don't look no combination of the parent and someone else. You look like a splitting image of the uncle of my uncle. Oh, I know you're trying to change the subject. All right, we're gonna move on from that. I ain't gonna insinuate. Nope. I still got the little stuff in the closet. I bought me a Christmas tree a few years ago at Big Lots. And you know how you don't open the box, and I opened it. I was like, man, this is not what I thought it was gonna look like. But I got me some pretty purple what you call it? I had some pretty ornaments. And I was like, man, this is pretty. I think I'll probably do something tomorrow. Once I finish cleaning up downstairs, maybe I'll put something up, make it look a little festive. Yeah, but do you have any gifts under the tree? You have any kids? Or you don't have any children? Lady CC Gaming. I ain't buy no Christmas gifts. I ain't buy anything. Not yet. What? Oh, you have a baby grandson. All right, Brooklyn. Have a good night. I'll talk to you tomorrow night. I'll be on here. Oh, he's almost 2. I know you're gonna spoil him. I know you're gonna spoil him. He's spoiled because you spoiled him. Oh, he's in North Carolina. Where in North Carolina? Charlotte or Raleigh or where? What part of the state? Oh, you say yep, but I said 2 different areas. I don't know which one. Charlotte, the first one. The Queen City. I had an aunt that lived in Charlotte, and some of my cousins they lived in Charlotte. Then they moved to Raleigh. I think one still lives in Charlotte. I think they still. I think my aunt, the one she lived through, she moved to Raleigh. I think the cousins stayed in Charlotte. I don't know for some reason why I never really considered living in Charlotte. They built at 77. Go to Columbia. drove to Charlotte to visit my aunt when she lived in Charlotte. And it was so confusing because they would say uptown. I was like, uptown, they, it's not downtown, it's uptown. And shoot, that was 20 years of growth. It's like if you don't live in certain cities, like I moved here in Atlanta 20 years ago, over 20 years ago, it is so expensive now. It's like, and a lot of people move to Atlanta and say, oh, they got so much things to do. But I would not. I would tell people, do not come to Atlanta. It's closed. We got no more room. People come to Atlanta. If you don't have that high tech jobs and stuff, you can't. You got to live in the outskirts in the outskirts in the suburbs. You watch Walter too. I like Walter. Walter's so silly. I bet I bumped into Walter at LA Fitness a couple years ago. He is sweet. He's nice. I like Walter. I had to defend. I had to defend Walter because that Timothy Blaine, that beef sector. Are you familiar with the beef sector? I remember one time I asked Walter if he could recommend somebody contracting to do some fixing up in my house because I wanted to build a deck and just do a remodel. And I was trying to, ask him if he have any recommendations. Or you lurk in the bushes? Yeah, I lurk in the bushes too. That whole beef sector and stuff. I was like, oh my god, y'all so uh, they got too much going on. But it makes you want to go and watch and see what the hell they talking about. But um Fi Babe and Tracy and Timothy Blaine and Jay Wilson and that whole whatever. I was like, ugh. But they got these new terms and conditions with YouTube. So January come next year, it's gonna be a whole lot of changes and stuff. And it's gonna be a whole lot of changes and things going on. So I don't know. I think eventually they better be careful because some of them gonna get their channel snatched. Supposedly, you stick to gaming. I wish I knew how to do gaming. Or you do crafts too. Yeah, I watch a couple people crafts. I like to watch, but I don't do because I would love to do different crafts things. You have a channel, Lady CC, so I could follow you, so I could see what kind of crafts, or you just look at videos. You don't do crafts. Oh, okay, I'm gonna go on your channel and see what you got going on. I want to see what you got. I think I'm gonna do my second channel. I had deleted my second channel. I ain't had nobody on there. I ain't had no videos on there. I'm gonna start doing my tax tips again because I finished my refresher training with TurboTax. And a couple of weeks I'll start my first day of calls. What is Amazon talking about? Oh, okay. You know what? It's gonna be some sad folks come next year. That's gonna be my first video tip once I start my new channel again because I deleted it, but I'm gonna do it and I'm gonna direct y'all to it. I'm gonna not do live on that one. I'm just gonna do small little tidbits videos because I don't know why people got in their mind that all those cash apps, super chats, um, whatever apps, chats, whatever, they have to pay taxes on that. And I know I briefly mentioned it, how the IRS now required that these companies report that if you make $600 at any given time through the year, they have to report that. So they have access to the PayPal and all those stuff. They're gonna now know because a lot of people were getting paid through those apps, those third party apps, and um, they were not getting the revenue. And I told people this. I said, you know what? Everybody working these gig jobs, the Treasury is not getting a lot of that money. Like they're not collecting the tax revenues from it because a lot of people are not reporting it and putting it in some other accounts and all that stuff. But now, so now they're gonna know. And they got 10 years. They could go back. Just because they don't say nothing now, just because they don't mention it now, that don't mean they're not gonna come back after the fact. The only reason why they're not doing anything is because they so behind and they have 18 months to go back. Yeah, report every dime, every nickel, the same way you make it. And you could, if you do the gig work, you could report it as a loss. Like for instance, my office, like cleaning, that's a tax write off for me. So if I remodel, if I paint this room or paint or do upgrades and stuff, you can write all that off because it's your office expense, your office. Yeah. But see, you have to know how to do it. Some people they missed out on the are you talking about when people were giving the super chats? Hey, Yvette Simmons. Yep. You got they give you the percentage of the write off. So yep, you can. If you a content creator and you in your office and you use that's why you need a separate room to do YouTube. And that's considered a that's an um that's an expense. You do upgrade, like if I paint this room and I take out this carpet and I put hardwood floors and I have master bathroom and I change the bathroom myself, I write all that off. Well, I will write all that off because once I start doing these upgrades, now not the whole house, but you know, it's still an expense that you could write off. But remember, you can't write everything off to a zero and make no profit. You can't do that. After 5 years or so, you can't continue to keep doing it because at that point they consider it a hobby. It's a hobby, not a business anymore. Some people do that. They start a business just for the purpose of thinking they could write off everything. Nope. At some point or another, at some point or another, you have to that's why they put a limit. But I don't want to talk about that because that's gonna be that's gonna get lost in the yeah. Well, I need to see your I need to go to your channel and see what kind of stuff you got on your online store. Crafty. Etsy, yep. I ain't gonna tell you I'm crafty because I know I'm not. I used to do that in junior high school and stuff when they had those classes for crafts and stuff. You could make beads and stuff. Who knew? Who knew that things like that would be a business doing crafty stuff and people sell it? Who knew? I know one thing. They used to have some real good stuff at the Dollar Tree. Now you go to the Dollar Tree, I'm like, dang, they ain't got nothing. And then ain't gonna be the Dollar Tree come next year. It's gonna be $1.25 and up. $5, $10 stuff in the Dollar Tree. But they had some real good stuff for crafting. All those little craft stuff you could buy. I'm so glad I bought all my cleaning supplies. When I went to the Dollar Tree, I bought up all my cleaning supplies. I mean, I still buy some, but I bought way before it went up. Really? I got a Twitch. I got a Twitch account. I have never set that up. I don't know how to do it. I don't understand it. But I set up a little Twitch. I don't know how to put that two together. And then I did Patreon a few years ago. I ain't never finished that. That you could do stuff. But I had Twitch. I never said, ain't nobody I know got Twitch. That's why I never launched it. I still have it on my computer and stuff, but I never launched it because I didn't know how to get people to come on there. Well, you know what? Since I know you on in there, I could go on your Twitch too and do it. I have it set up and everything. I just don't know how to go about it. You know what you should do, Lady CC? I'm good at giving people ideas. Really? Hmm. Well, yeah, I'm gonna figure it out. You gotta show me. I want to build me a community. But I'm tired of talking about taxes. I want to do a new community about something else. It ain't gonna be about no beef sector. It ain't gonna be nothing crazy like that. Let me see. What else could I do? I know I bought me some tools. Now I can't say built stuff because I haven't really done that. Hmm. I probably will like it. I probably could do something like that. But I gotta find my little niche. I don't want to do so. I don't want no serious stuff all the time. You know, I want something real fun that I could do. I'm gonna start going back to some of the things I love to do and start going back to doing stuff like that again. Yeah, I know what you mean. I was thinking about maybe I should do the one on but since I learned coding. I've been learning that for the last couple of months. I can learn web development. Maybe I can get into that. I don't know what Minecraft is. I keep seeing that all the time, but I don't know what that is. Oh, okay. I'm trying to think. What is the things that I used to always? I mean, you know what? I need to think about that. What is the thing that I used to always love to do in my past time and pick it up and do it again? That is a long time. All that driving around in that Kia, doing all those different food deliveries. I did everything and everything. I'm surprised some people follow me for so long, and I was like, one time I was walking around Atlanta one time, and people saw me all across the parking lot. Lady T, and that was in the Publix, up all up in Johns Creek and all these places, and people would recognize me. I think it's because of my hair, because it'll be dark. I'm like, oh, I had those moments too. Somebody remind me about some of the videos I used to make, driving all the way to Lake Lanier, delivering ice and chicken thighs, and going on a boat. Go to shopping cart to go to the boat. I said I mean, shoot, my damn camera went dead. Y'all would never believe that story. But if my camera went dead, I would have showed y'all. I would have been right there. Instacart. Well, people would trip. Bottles of water. What was that with the bottles of water? You sure it wasn't the chicken thighs and the, although I did go out there. I gotta think, when did I ever refuse a tip if this was $5? Oh, on the boat. Yeah, it was chicken thighs and a bag of ice. That was the one. I went out there too the first time. Then the second time, because that was on a Saturday, 4th of July weekend. And then it was Monday. It was the same one with the same address and everything. And I was like, hell no. All the way up there in Beaufort, Lake Lanier. I said, nope, y'all got me the first time. I'm not doing it again for the second time. And I sure did. Nope. Mm-mm. That was real far too. It was that bag of ice and that damn chicken wings. And it was hot in the summer too. Then I had got someone who wanted to order ice cream. Ice cream in the summertime, really? I've gotten those crazy folks. I was like, mm-mm. Ice cream in the summer. I ain't had enough cold backs to even keep that thing frozen like that. Crazy, but delivering all that food and groceries. stacked up in the front of the porch. They didn't even open the door. And I rang the doorbell and took a picture, and I drove up the street and I saw somebody come out the house, put the stuff back in the house. I said, okay. And then they're gonna say about they was missing. Ooh, they was lying. Ooh, the people lying, lying. You tried it because of me. I got some other apps that I haven't been doing. I haven't started it yet. I signed up. I signed up for the VHO. That's to pick up packages. Which, oops, they got some for tomorrow. Oh hell no! What? That's another. It's fresh West Haven. Where's the hell that at? Ooh, Postmates. Ugh. I did them for a week and drove and kept on going. They wanted me to drive, and then it was a slice of pizza and some soda, and I drank the soda and ate the pizza because it was like right during rush hour. And they said, "You're not even going in the right direction." They saw me. They could track you where you're going. I said, "Hell no!" It was like 5 o'clock. It was straight downtown near Georgia State, and I called the person to tell them I was on my way to get there, but can they meet me outside because they lived in the dorm. It was like no parking. You had to park across the street at the Chevron gas station. And I said, I'm not parking across the street at the gas station because if you park there and they get your car towed, they be standing right there. I said, no, you can meet me at the curb when I get there. And she was like, all that. I said, bitch. I sat there, ate, it was like a slice of pizza. It would have been like a whole pizza. All those young girls, they don't give you the benefit of the doubt, just let you know I was coming, was even going to go down there. And she was like, she ain't coming. I'm like, no, mm-mm. Postmates used to go straight downtown and straight in the heart of downtown. No parking. You can't double park because I remember I've seen people park and got their car towed. They be right there ready to put a tow. Gloop. Yeah, they do. A lot of the orders from Postmates. You couldn't get me to do that, but I did real good though. I made a killing when I did it on all those apps I've done. Even though I used to make those complaint videos and stuff, but most of them was more good than it was bad. I just report the bad because that was the one with the interesting stories. I did really good when I did them, but nope. I told people DoorDash used to pay $5 per order plus the tips. I could literally make $200 on a Saturday, but now I don't know what they trying to do. I was like, what? I made a killing. Did you ever get the not PPP loan? Did you ever get that Ely grant? Because I talked about that last year briefly. I even showed people how to do it. I got that grant, and since I live in a considered low area, one lower than DeKalb County, Stone Mountain, I got my $15,000 grant. People was like, what? I said, y'all don't go there. I told y'all how to apply. I showed people how to apply and everything. What? Why you didn't apply? Oh, you don't have to do the gig jobs. It's if you file a Schedule C for your business, mostly anyone could apply. Only reason why I mention this because that they call it now the advanced Ely loan, but it's not really a loan that you have to pay back. So time is running real low. I told a couple people more. They asked me about it. I told them, I know those student loan repayments. Oh God, that's a headache in itself. January 31st, and then they sold my loan to some other company. Well, you know what? I was supposed to work. I was supposed to have that second job with Maximus, where I was supposed to be working. Matter of fact, they mailed me the computer and everything. I didn't even take it out the box. I told them, I said, no, I changed my mind. I was supposed to be working with the Department of Education through this company called Maximus, answering those calls about student loans. But I told them, I said, no, I'm not interested anymore. I don't want it. Please pick up this computer. They was only paying like $14.85 an hour. And I was like, but they want you to work from 2 to 11, Monday through Friday with Saturday. And I said, I said, I can't do my schedule with Intuit TurboTax with this kind of schedule. And I make way more money doing Intuit TurboTax. So I told him, I said, nope, come on, pick up this computer. So they sold that student loan off to another company. And when I try to go online to start paying it, but I'm on an income base payment. So based on my income, because it's so dang low, based on what I owe, I don't have to. Mine is zero, but I have to recert. Ooh, I got to recertify tomorrow. I got things I need to do online tomorrow. And but the thing about that is, after making what was it? After 25 years or so, they'll forgive it. So I was like, well, dog, I'm almost finished paying off my mortgage before I finish paying off those raggedy student loans. I think I'm finished. I think my student loan, I think my mortgage will be paid off um, in um, 8 or 9 years. In 2030, my mortgage will be paid off because I always paid extra towards my mortgage. So I paid, um, what's IKR? I don't know what that is. Oh, I know that's right. That's what that means. Because I was paying, I was paying my student loans and all. I said, Dad, I'll never finish paying this thing off. Then it got to the point where they said you could do income base. And then if I had stayed with the IRS for 9 more years, it would have been forgiven because I was a public servant working. But I said, how you expect to pay this student loans off with this low income for working for the government? But they had made a mistake, and they wasn't informing people of that. So they supposed to go back and see if they could retroactive of my time of service, because I was working with the IRS for 10 years. But I think when it started, I had 9 years of service that would qualify. All I had to do was find me another nonprofit or start my own nonprofit organization, and they'll forgive it too. If you start your own nonprofit organization that qualifies something dealing with education of some sort, you could actually have that counted towards your um, public service. Otherwise, I'm going to just do the verification of income every year and then make whatever little payments I can make during this time. Because the only debts that I have is student loans and mortgage. And I guess maybe the HOA fees too, but I could manage to just do some extra jobs next year and just pay that off and just say, here you go. And then if I sell my house between now and 9 years from now, because I don't think I'm gonna be living in this house too long. because I want to move. I want to move to South Carolina. I want to move closer to more family, like South Carolina. I don't want to move in. I was thinking about one time doing the van life. I said I should do the van life or a tiny house, but I said I don't even have any land to put my tiny house. I can't put it in the backyard. That would cost a lot of money for me to do that. If and I don't know if the Cobb County where I live, if they would allow you to build um, something like that. They would have to get permits and stuff. But if I was to do if they told me yes, you could do a tiny house in your backyard, I'll clear that backyard and do a tiny house. And trust me, I'll find somebody to rent it. There's people looking for places to live. They were like, "What?" And I say, "Ooh, this is gonna be $600 a month for this house in the backyard." There be people. People be breaking their neck to move in a tiny house. They sure would. It was this black girl on YouTube. She lived in East Point. She built a tiny house in her backyard, and she rents it out. And she also did other things, um not real estate investing, but I was watching her video. She did that with a tiny house. It was cute too. But I would do something. I was thinking about wanting to do that though. I really was. I was really thinking about doing something like that. But then I said, oh no, to live in an SUV. I got a new vehicle, right? I bought it almost a year ago, the Nissan Rogue. But I wouldn't do that. But there were people they living doing the van life and stuff. But so many people doing it now. Those things could be very pricey and very expensive. Your hubby said no. He said, hell no. They got some other houses that that's why you have to downsize. If you got too much stuff, you gotta purge. I'll be purging tomorrow. I got that my office finally cleaned out with the help of Yvette, and I'm gonna all these books and stuff. Yeah, I got me a SUV about to use. The Kia finally clunked out. It ain't clunked out. I sold it and traded it in, and I have to get my money back from the class action suit with the Kia Optima. That car had so many recalls, it was ridiculous. And I still got my Toyota Corolla running, but that's about to get donated. Nah, that's too much. You got a husband. See, if you live by yourself, that'll be too daunting after a while. But even then, if it's the two of y'all and you don't have no kids, what? It depends what you got. No, trust me. I say the same thing too. But every time when I moved from different apartments, even when I moved to this house, it was a lot of stuff that I had um, got rid of, and you just accumulate stuff. I haven't furnished my whole house since I moved here. I got furniture and stuff, living room, dining, but there's a lot of stuff I'm thinking about purging again too. Yeah, but you can always pass your house along to your kids if you wanted to. But see, if they may be grown, they may not be living in the house, but they'll come to visit. So, but I don't know. It just depends, I guess. I don't know. See, they may be grown and stuff, but see, you can still have your house because people come to visit. People will come to visit, but eventually, you'll see. Even my mother, she bought that house in South Carolina. She already talked about last year. She told me about she was ready to sell that house. I was like, "What? You just bought that house? You already paid off the second house too?" But my mother's by herself. She retired. Well, she's not really retired, but she was like, "Oh, I think in 5 years I'll move to like a townhouse." She's gonna. I don't know what she's gonna do. My mother would be. Ooh, she'll be 75. Let me see, 72. Let me see. Wait a minute. 50. I was it 72? Because I'm 53. I just turned 53 2 weeks ago. Well, a little bit over 2 weeks ago. Yeah, she's 73. And she went on back to work. I think she worked because she ain't got nothing to do. But I don't know. It gets to the point when you think about it, I'm down 7 years before I turn 60, God willing. 7 more years. Thank you. That's why I'm not real particular about trying to, I mean, you could, people say they start over with new careers and stuff. You'll be 50. You'll be a half a century. Once you turn, you'll see. You'll notice some difference. You'll notice some difference. People still tell me that's still young. You're still young. I'm not saying I'm old, but in terms of like working years, you know, like if you think about like when you get about 60, that's when you start to wind down. It's all that grind and stuff. That I'm not trying to do all that. That's why I'm trying to. That's why next year, 2022, I'm gonna. Matter of fact, I'm gonna write out my budget this week. I'm gonna write out my budget. I'm gonna start eliminating unnecessary things. I'm gonna do that keto diet and get back in shape and start 2022. I'm gonna take a little bit more personal time, like taking trips and vacations. I'm not gonna be worried about. Oh, I ain't got no one to go with. I've been thinking about that all this time, all these years. I was like, I ain't got no one to go with. I want to go by myself. I said, mm. I talked to you know, I let the 40s go. Didn't do nothing. Nothing. I'm gonna live my life. I don't want to be 60. Oh, I should have did this. I shoulda, coulda. I don't like regrets. So that's it. I'm just gonna. I ain't waiting on nobody to do nothing with. I'm like, you went there and you ain't say nothing. Nope, nope. I'm making an announcement here to y'all. I said if y'all want to do a meetup and we could take a trip or we could go somewhere. If not, I mean I'm gonna be cautious with the COVID and stuff, but no. I've been watching a different YouTube. I've been watching a lot of different YouTube videos and some of these women, particularly black women. I watched this other channel. She started a business house sitting and she travels house sitting. She was featured in Essence magazine. What was her name on YouTube? Well, she has a channel. That's what she's talking about. She's like 46, and she lives at home with her parents, but she travels and do house sitting. She's gone all over the world, and they got people who just pick up and go. That's why I said next year. That's why I want to. That's why I want to, fix up my house a little bit. But even if I don't rent it out for anyone, I'll just have. I was thinking of saving, stacking all my money. When I work at TurboTax and they say they got overtime and do overtime, I'm gonna stack up all my money from January all the way till May, and then do my merchandising gig jobs that I've been doing. I'm still doing that, and I don't want to find another job where I have to be obligated to and be staying. And I said, mm-mm. And I'm gonna do one of those Airbnbs and travel, even if it's like a month, you know, and just go somewhere and travel, and then come back. Maybe do YouTube videos of my travels. And a lot of people do that. They make YouTube videos. They be traveling, and people be watching, and that's it. Even if I go by myself, I just go by myself. I could always meet people when I go out and about. I could meet people real easily, you know, because a lot of people tell me, you ain't got no kids, girl. You lucky. You should be glad, and this is, you should be glad, and you could do anything you want. And I never seen it. I never saw it like that. Some people got kids and stuff, and they be like, I said, I never seen it like that. I was like, and I said to myself, you know what? I'm gonna do the same. That's what I'm gonna do. For so long, I stopped myself from doing something because I was like, oh my God, what am I gonna do about this house? What am I gonna do? I can't, I said, mm-mm. All I gotta do is turn off all the electricity, turn it off with the main switch because it ain't gonna run no electricity. Get somebody to come check the house out and be, house sit for me or whatever, and say, okay, you can stay here, just house sit, and that's it. I know who I'm gonna ask too. I would trust this person to do it. And I'll just go right on about my little plan, you know. Just get on a plane and be like, dang, where'd Teresa go? I don't gotta do I ain't gotta do the van life stuff. I was thinking about that, but I was like, do I really want to do that? I don't want to do the van. It would have been nice, but I would rent a van, not buy one. But I said, no, I'm gonna do something else alternative wise. Because I could always come back home, you go somewhere and just do vlog videos, and you could really work anywhere. You could work anywhere. I've been I'm gonna look at some different sites. They be hiring people, and you be wondering, I said, how these people go all over around the world, and they still working, and they do it. I don't know if I want to do RV. I don't even know if I know how to drive an RV. Yeah, they are nice. But that's what my plans are for 2022. Focus more doing investing and planning and working and really grinding for these first part of the year. And then the other part of the year, I'm just gonna say, you know what? I'm gonna travel somewhere. Yeah, that's true. No different than a truck, but I just don't like to drive. I'm not a person to drive. I drive because I would have to, but I'm not one of those people. I ain't one of those people who be picking up a big old truck, and be like, yeah. But I guess I could try. Now I'm saying that's what I want to do. I'm gonna do something extraordinary, God willing, and I don't have to. I could do something because that's what I did. I made a video a couple months ago. I told y'all I was gonna be like this time next year. Yeah, let your husband chauffeur, because you let men, if you be driving, they be too, you know, acting like you can't drive. So I let them drive. I'll be right back in the next seat, relaxing, taking in the sights. Take it in the sights. But you got to get rid of those stuff. I'm telling you, you ain't gonna miss those stuff. If you haven't used it, seen it, looked at it in a year, get rid of it. Trust me. Tomorrow, when I finish purging and cleaning up, because I ain't got nothing to do this week. I mean, I could do my survey assignments and stuff, but shoot, some idiot destroyed my car when it was parked outside. I vowed to never get one until we move. Well, you have to get another one if you don't want to. What? Mm-mm. Well, make sure they factor in depreciation expense on there too, not just. Sure, I would have put in distress, stress. You gotta pay me for stress for doing all that. Inconvenience. Well, at least you wasn't in the vehicle. That's what counts. At least you wasn't in the car. So that's a good thing. Dang, I've been on here for 4 hours, and seven of y'all still hanging in there. But Lady C Gaming is the only one talking. Where everybody else at? Everybody else must got their camera on and they didn't even probably left it on and then fell asleep. Some of y'all like to go to bed with the YouTube channels on. I know I do. I'll sit right up here watching whatever on YouTube, and then it will go out until probably so. You know how people be doing stuff. That's why people be doing stuff. That's why I'm gonna clean out my garage tomorrow and park my vehicle in the garage, because they be trying to they used to have people breaking into people's cars and stuff during this time of the year. They come right up in there and just put. Mm-mm. Yeah, some they lurking in the bushes are right, but some of them be falling asleep and then they leave it on. But thanks for the 10 thumbs ups. I know Charlie was looking at me. What are you looking at? What are you looking at me? Yeah, you gotta be careful too. Yeah, I haven't heard too many smash and grabs happening lately in the news. That's crazy. All right, well, I'm going to bed now. It's 1:40. All right, Lady CC Gaming. I'm gonna check out your channel and your Twitch too. All right, Shelly Show. Good night, Yvette Simmons. Brooklyn. I know you already went to bed. Who else on here? Yvette. Thanks again, Yvette. Blue True. Who else been on here? I'm missing somebody. Who I miss? Well, if I miss someone, sorry. All right, y'all. It's time to go to bed. I'll come and talk to y'all tomorrow. See what else is going on in the news. Maybe I'll watch and see who's up on YouTube talking crazy. Oh, snap. They got more routes. Nope, I'm not doing that. Nope, I'm gonna do this at the beginning of the year. I'm not gonna start this new gig. Hell, it's for Hello Fresh. VHO. Yeah. I'm gonna start in the beginning. I'm gonna start next year. See what gigs I'm gonna be doing next year. I'm gonna do some. Let me spread them out. I'm gonna do these different gigs, but not every day. I'm not trying to run my car down to doing no deliveries. I'm just doing them. I may do it maybe like twice a week, but it's gonna be areas that I'm very comfortable with. Mm, yeah, that's what I'll do. I made some good extra money doing these gigs. It wasn't so stressful either. Sometimes that survey get on my nerves because they always want to call me every day and text every day. And I said, no, I'm busy. I've got other things to do. But all right, y'all. All right, I'm going to check out your channel, Lady CC, and also see your Etsy store. All right, let me go to bed. Charlie, what you doing? Ooh, I got money available. All right, let me go. Talk to y'all tomorrow night. Well, it's today now since it's after midnight. Talk to y'all soon.